welcome Chairman of the session, Director, Innovator of the session, Professor Dr. Soma Bandyopadhyay, National Club, West Bengal University of Research Planning, Education and Planning and Administration, and she was also in charge of National Club, Sanskrit University, and basically is the professor of academics. The biodata of all the dignitaries have been uploaded in the website. Section of Jana I welcome Mr. Dilip Mahanto, the Chief Patron of our organization. He was the Civil Vice Chancellor of Kolkata University as well as Sanskrit University, and he is Professor of Philosophy in Psychology. I welcome Chandrasekhar Chakraborty, who is the former Vice Chancellor of West Bengal University of Animal Husbandry and Fishery Sciences. I welcome the Chief Guest, Dr. Professor Greg Adamson from Melbourne University, Australia. He is also an important person in digital compilation of COVID data in Australia on behalf of the government. I welcome the keynote speaker, Dr. Samanto. He is the Medical Director of Calcutta Smart Clinic and Hospital, Calcutta. He is my childhood friend, and Ashok and me had planned this. Ashok, when I was admitted in the hospital, I welcome Professor Dr. Subhankar Chatterjee, University UK. He is the COVID in charge and CC in charge of Calcutta Clinic. He is an eminent doctor and he is expert in COVID management. I welcome Professor Suruchi Munda, the chair of the second session. He is the vice chancellor of Dakshin Bharat Hindi Bhasha Sabha University in Tamil Nadu, the premier state university. We welcome Dr. Dipankar Ghosh of JNU, who is in charge special sector for molecular medicine, All University, New Delhi. We also welcome Dr. Shanto Sobut Das, MD, Scientist Head, the National Institute of Cholera and Endemic Disease, ICMR, non-headquartered in Balagata, ID. Welcome our old friend and well-wisher of our organization and speaker Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, Professor of Mechanical Engineering Department, Ladakh University, and he is associated with various organizations in environmental protection and environmental management. All the biology is there. We also welcome the management and all members of the Indian Institute of Research and Development of Differently Abled Assam, and they are one of the collaborators. The another collaborator is Sunivali Swatinandon, College of Education, West Bengal Principal Cognitive Therapy. Welcome you and your team members. We welcome all the dignified participants, about 500 participants registered.
Hello. 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 Actually, you are not clearly audible. Hello. 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 Yes. Hello.
Yes, yes, now we are audible.
Yes.
The chairperson of the inaugural session,
Hello.
Professor Agarkar, and the director of the evening, Washington Arts, the ground director, Dr. Samanto, and all other honorable speakers, dignitaries, experts, and my dear friends. So, basically, all good day to everybody. Being the organizing secretary of this webinar, myself, Dr. Jafar, again cordially welcome you all. Actually, I would like to share some I would like to share something about the IISRR, that is Indian Institute of Social Reforms and Research. So actually we have started our journey in 2013 to 2014. IISRR is basically a governmental organization. Besides some social work, we have also conducted already we have conducted two webinar, and also we have successfully conducted each day the international workshops on art of writing certificate tools and techniques in this year. Another thing, the most important thing I think, the main outcome of our institute is our journal, that is IISRR, International Journal of Research. It is basically the double-blind peer reviewed semi-annual journal, and it is also old open access journal. So no APC, that is article processing is not
বলছি লাইভ স্ট্রিমিংটাও হচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ। হ্যাঁ, সব কিছু হচ্ছে আসলে। ওটাও এই মেল থেকে করেনি, ওই আগের ওই যে মেলে ইউটিউব আছে ওখান থেকেই করেছে, সেই কারণে প্রবলেমটা হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে, আলটিমেট হয়ে গেছে, অসুবিধা নেই। হুম।
academic institutes and university have already recommended our journal for incorporating in the policy peer review. Okay, we are also trying to incorporate our journals in Scopus and oversight. Lastly, I would like to mention one thing. In all the we are very much concerned about the disease COVID-19. But another thing, however, it is also true that the pandemic, that is this COVID-19 pandemic and infodemic, that is information pandemic, is going on side by side. Now, the fake news, misinformation, disinformation about the COVID-19 happening faster than the COVID-19 disease cases. Therefore, I request you all not to share any fake news about COVID-19. Better you first verify from WHO or ICMR or any other recognized body or any other doctors. And then there are so many online tools are there for checking the fake news, like factcheck.org, quality trial, and something like that. Then you can
বলছি লাইভ স্ট্রিমিংটাও হচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ।
this kind of facility.
হ্যাঁ, সব কিছু হচ্ছে আসলে। ওটাও এই মেল থেকে করেনি, ওই আগের ওই যে মেলে ইউটিউব আছে ওখান থেকেই করেছে, সেই কারণে প্রবলেমটা হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে, আলটিমেট হয়ে গেছে, অসুবিধা নেই।
In the webinar brochure. Therefore, I already uploaded the full biodata of our discussion in our website. And people will be able to. Okay, okay. You all will very much enjoy the webinar and will modify your existing in your ability. I will request the Secretary of the Secretariat, Francis Paul, if a give a brief about the participants from different states and Australia, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, and India. Please give the introduction. Up to Professor Kass, Honorable Chairman Professor Agarkar, patron of this uh, prestigious program, Professor Dilip Kumanto, Professor Sorosumatu Da, Dr. Tapas Chatterjee, Professor P.V. Gopal, Professor Madan Mohan Chair, and Professor Chakraborty, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of West Bengal
Hello.
University of Teachers Training,
Hello.
Education and Planning, Professor
Hello.
Shoma Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Greg Adamson, and
Hello.
other professors and dignitaries. This program with galaxy of intellectuals and some young budding
Hello.
scientists also from different
Yes.
corners of the globe. So we are very happy to inform you that
वो
this
आपका पास वो लिंक नहीं गया है?
organizing some type of this
Okay, you just you may join in Google Meet also. Okay, I am giving you the code. I am giving you the code.
very important and timely program for awareness of the people to save himself as well as to safeguard others also in this pandemic situation. So we are really happy, really happy to inform you that there are the participants of more than 500 from 11 states countries and mainly from the Assam, West Bengal,
Hello.
Odisha, Maharashtra,
Hello.
and so and so. We have some international participants or foreign participants from 6 countries already Professor Bhass has pointed out. So for all data program, this interesting program, I think everybody benefited from this program. Thank you, sir. Over to Chairman. Let us now proceed. We are already late. Let us now proceed to inaugural address. As it has been already said, it will be given by Professor Yogi Dr. Patel. About her, it has been already told that she is the Vice Chancellor of Teacher Training. I don't want to spend more time on that. In fact, I believe that person's identity should be known by the things that the person makes, rather than just telling blah blah blah. So, Madam, please start your thank you, sir. Honorable Chairperson of this inaugural session, Professor Siddharthi Agarkar, respected Professor Ashok Kumar, Director, IISRI, and Editor-in-Chief of International Journal of Research, Chief Lecturer of this webinar, former Vice Chancellor of University of Miami and Sanskrit University, Professor Dilip Kumar Sir, Organizing Secretary Dr. Shiv Shankar Jha, all members of the organizing committee, distinguished speakers from India and abroad, members of my academic fraternity, and all the guests present in this webinar this evening. A very good evening to all of you. Although I'm neither a doctor nor a public health expert nor a scientist, but this being given an opportunity, I would definitely like to share a couple of views, especially I should say rather worries that I'm sure will be addressed by eminent speakers present in this evening's webinar. At the outset, let me thank Professor Agarkar, Professor Kumar, and Professor Dilip Kumar, and all who are involved in this webinar for inviting me and giving me this honor. It's a matter of great pleasure for me to give the inaugural address. This international webinar organized by Institute of Social Reform and Research, that is IISRI, and International Journal of Research in collaboration with Indian Institute of Research and Development for Differently Abled Assam and Shimurali Satyanandan College of inflation, or spending. I very much appreciate great initiatives taken by Mr. Ashwin Kumar Das and congratulate him and his entire team for zeroing in on this topic of great importance and relevance, that is
হ্যাঁ, স্ট্রিমিংটা হচ্ছে।
COVID-19 outbreak, track, prevention, and care.
বলছি স্ট্রিমিংটাও
For the
ঠিকঠাক
last
হচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ
2 years, we have been suffering from the
ঠিকঠাক হচ্ছে।
pandemic fear.
হ্যাঁ,
The
এবং
experience
ওটা
of
নিবেদিতা
faith
যে কেউ দেখতে
ranges
পাবে, ওই
from
লাইভ চ্যাটে অপশন
reading
আছে ওখানে।
isolated
হ্যাঁ,
lines
আমি দেখে
pandemic
নিয়েছি, আমার স্ত্রীকেও
situation,
দেখছে।
recession
হুম,
and shrinkage of economic activities, and so
হুম, হুম,
now life is no more
হুম,
the
হুম,
same as
ঠিক
it was
আছে।
before. And as we were trying hard to cope up with this new normal situation, just last Thursday, World Health Organization WHO chief Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus said that the world is in the early stages of epidemic. Thirdly, as cases of Delta variant surge. Unfortunately, he said that COVID-19 virus is continuing to evolve, resulting in more, you know, uh, transmissible variants. As per the report published by WHO, Delta variant is now in more than 100 global countries, and we expect it to soon be a dominant COVID-19 strain circulating worldwide if it isn't already. Whereas in India, a recently published report says that the gradual rise of fresh COVID infections across many states and the steady increase of COVID affected reproductive numbers, which according to some mathematical model has
হ্যাঁ,
already
বলুন।
crossed 1.20, could be an indication
অশোক
of the
দান
early
দেখছি,
stages of the. On the other hand,
ধরুন আমি দেখছি।
economic activity has improved
আচ্ছা,
sequentially in
ধরুন।
the last 2 months as more and more states eased mobility restrictions more than before. So as a result, there has been an uptick in the number of COVID cases. For example, with 3 new cases in Kerala, totaling around 20,000, there is a fear among health officials here that cascading effect in neighboring states has the potential to trigger a fresh surge eventually COVID So the number of daily new cases seems to have plateaued, but still remains much above the 2021 trough, and the decline in active cases has started varying in scope. What is more worrying, according to your report, is the fact that in over 20% of the topics, there is no decision where the second half ends. The third wave has set in from it was only a 5% a month ago. Another big worry is the slowing pace of vaccination. Daily doses stood at 3.4 million as of July 12, compared to 4 million in June through supply constraints and vaccine resistance. There has been a long history of pandemics. We know. As humans have spread it across the world, so have infectious diseases. The more civilized human became, the more likely pandemics would appear. Even in the modern era, outbreaks are nearly constant. Not every outbreak reached pandemic level as COVID-19 happened. Now, what is this way during a pandemic? Even we, the commoners, know that it is the cause of any outbreak that reflects a rise in the number of cases of very different. For example, the common cold, fresh in winter, can drop to outbreak. A wave ends only when the virus has been contained and cases are falling exponentially. Annual epidemics like influenza are often accelerated by social factors like schools opening. Now, recently, I was reading some newspaper that two Oxford University scholars who studied respiratory disease epidemics in the past 150 years found that the peaks of the waves differ. For example, The 1889 and 92 influenza pandemic had triggered the different degrees of virulence. Like in the second COVID wave in India, the second set of the 19th century outbreak was worse for the young adults. This was the case during the influenza pandemic in 1918 and 2009, the former being compared to the current pandemic. Now, epidemics have the maximum impact on a country. Like the Spanish flu hit the world in 3 years. It affected 2/3 of the world's population before it disappeared. But does this mean that coronavirus will also disappear after the third wave? No, there is no guarantee. But yes, as every dark night has an end, the silver lining is this dark cloud of pandemic appears to be visible in what Dr. Gauri Chaudhary, healthcare industry expert, has seen. According to her, we must see a few more interesting waves in the coming days. After that, the virus will run out of evolutionary okay options and settle down as a more benign endemic. Now, most of the scientists and public health experts believe, because you are also there, sir, that mass vaccination is the only way. But the gap between demand and supply of vaccines is pretty obvious. Also, the greatest challenge that we are facing right now is leading a compromised civic life where degree of freedom is much lower. That is why in some juncture we are crossing the Lakshman Rekha or in the eye of Jindu, Suraksha Chakra, in sheer desperation to regain democracy. That is where the point of turbulence today. The laminar flow of life gets us transformed into turbulences of oxygen, of ventilation, atmosphere support, etc. Our distinguished panel members, they will definitely do the forum with their views of hope to bail us out from the anticipated threat of COVID-19, I'm sure. But in the midst of all this obstacles, we have seen hope driving us lean to the end of this menace, when by our great poets like Jinnah. Jinnah was a Bengali poet almost 100 years back. He wrote a poem, almost most of us who are Bengali readers are here. They must be knowing. আজকের এই দুর্যোগের ঘনঘটা কালে এক নতুন প্রভাতের আশায় কবি সেই অমৃতবাণীকে স্মরণ করব। मैं कवि जीवनानंद जी की एक बहुत सुंदर कविता है, मैं उस कविता के बारे में बताना चाहती हूँ। although it's one of my favorite also, but 100 years back I don't know how we could imagine that this will happen, and wrote such a poem which is so relevant to me. আমাদের দেখা হোক মহামারী শেষে, আমাদের দেখা হোক জিতে ফিরে এসে, আমাদের দেখা হোক জীবাণু জীবনে, আমাদের দেখা হোক সবুজ সকালে, আমাদের দেখা হোক কান্নার ওপারে, আমাদের দেখা হোক সুখের সকালে, আমাদের দেখা হোক এর আলোতে, আমাদের দেখা হোক ভোরের আলোতে, আমাদের দেখা হোক বিজ্ঞান জিতলে, আমাদের দেখা হোক মৃত্যু হেরে গেলে, আমাদের দেখা হোক আগের মতো সুস্থ সকলে। I'm sure the deliberations to be made by our distinguished experts will definitely enlighten our listeners and give us new direction, new hope, despite the unforeseen. Professor Ashik Raj and his team has organized many seminars and webinars under the wonderful leadership of our other sir, and which have been very successful in the past years. I know about them, and I wish this webinar to be a grand success. And I thank all of you for making me a part of this wonderful initiative. Charai Hoti, Charai Hoti. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your very dark but very relevant answering that you have given. And I'm sure the deliberations that follows provide us more and more food for thought. And certainly this is a very burning topic, and we are very much eager to listen to the other speakers also. So without wasting much time, I invite the expert to be written by Dr. Ashutosh Samanta. He is a doctor and he is associated with hospital. As Madam has said, we are not affiliated with hospital, we are not treating patients, we are with the education institution. We are also associated with hospital. He is the Calcutta Head Clinic Hospital, he is the medical director of Calcutta Head Clinic. He is also head president of Hospital Service Center. So I will just show Dr. Samanta to do it here.
It is my advantage that he is my childhood friend. Now I managed to prove that and when I was attacked by COVID, he had rescued me.
Good.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Chairperson Vice Chancellor Professor Soma Bandyopadhyay, Professor Rashid Das, my friend, and other distinguished organizers of Indian Institute of Social Reform and Research, my learned speakers, Dr. Professor Greg Adamson and Dr. Shubhankar Chatterjee, and dignified members of the audience. Let me express my heartfelt gratitude for inviting me to address keynote on COVID-19 third wave threat, prevention and care. We have just listened to a very inspiring speech by Professor Soma Bandyopadhyay, very inspiring to me also. In this 21st century, we have noticed most devastating COVID-19 pandemic worldwide for many than last 1.5 months, of years. As per whose official records, we have lost global people, our near and dearest one, about 43 lakh, with infected more than 20 crores. But we know very well that this picture is much more real picture. Our country is one among the most affected countries in the world. It's a new form of coronavirus, that is the novel coronavirus, which we all know that it was first reported in Wuhan, China in December 2019. Name has been coined for having crown-like spikes floating on the surface of the virus. This family of viruses can cause large spectrum of systemic illness, from simple flu-like symptoms to fatal respiratory illness. Earlier years, we have faced mass of this family, but this novel coronavirus has unprecedented effect globally. Due to, we know very well, but due to genetic mutations, alpha, beta, gamma, delta plus, very prevalent in India also, and lambda, with change of characters and all infection and virulence. These genetic changes are one of the important causes of COVID-19 woes, and at the same time, it causes post-COVID fibrosis, ILDS, diarrhea, renal, respiratory, psychological, neurological involvement, as long COVID, the terminology long COVID has its consequence. COVID-19 not only affects human body, but also affects human mind, social relations, family relations, economy, politics, and so on. Even after 1.5 years, medical science is now searching frantically for definite treatment, particularly specific antiviral agents, and also better vaccines with better efficacy. We have experienced the effects of the first wave, where deaths and disability are directly linked with COVID-19 mainly. It affected mainly the older people. If people have various comorbidities, this period, scientists, doctors all over the globe were very much engrossed to eliminate the basic characters, pathophysiology, clinical manifestations as well as the treatment process. The first wave, you know very well, the rose slowly and went off slowly, but existed for a longer period. At the same time, attack of COVID-19 exposed the weakness of our health system, its legal infrastructure and human resources. This exposure, the support of our health infrastructure, not only in our country, I am speaking for the whole of the world. We faced second wave. The second wave which struck mainly the youth and relatively younger population. This wave spread very rapid and showed more devastation as there were large mobilization of citizens due to assembly elections in many states in India, Kumbh Mela and other festivals. Many people are presented late to healthcare facilities out of fear, simple fear of COVID-19 infection. Millions died due to shortage of government hospital beds, due to inability to bear the cost of treatment in private sector, due to life-saving medications, shortage of life-saving medications, oxygen, remdesivir, tocilizumab, steroids, ventilator and other life support health setup practically was crashed. We lost thousands of doctors, nurses, paramedical staffs during this pandemic. Non-COVID patients were also neglected utterly in India. We saw shocking cremation, mass burial. We had no idea before that last ceremony would be done with such disrespectful manner. Regarding vaccination, there are more and more unanswered questions. We know very well that India is one of the highest vaccine producer country, while till now 39 crores got first dose and 11 crores of our citizens got second dose. Out of everybody, we know that 139 crores of population. This is due to our effect of vaccination policy, lack of foresightedness of central government. When we are discussing today in the webinar about 40,000 people are newly infected daily, in average, apprehending our weight, rise of the people for universal vaccination, excluding children. Universal vaccination should be done free of cost during this interim period before our weight. Our weight is unavoidable. paucity of health infrastructure in our country. Observing all these phenomena, the simple question that comes to my mind, were all of these inevitable if China in particular, USA, Europe and other countries including ours would stop international flights and transport COVID-19 disaster with loss of innumerable lives and its impact over the globe would be deadly. If all the concerned scientists, research institutes of the globe would unite under an autonomous international coordinated research body economically backed by the governments of all countries to safeguard entire mankind, this horrible picture would be different. The poor and developing countries are still deprived of vaccination. Ratio is so dangerous. 1 out of 500 vaccinated. On the other side, the rich countries, vaccination ratio is 1:4. 1 is vaccinated out of 4. Now, in nutshell, teachings of the COVID-19 pandemic are: no one is safe until everyone is safe. Our painful and bitter experience point us straightly that to take up this challenge, we have to apply weapons. What are the weapons? Number 1, COVID-appropriate behavior at all costs. Use masks, social distancing, sanitization, and wash, etc., etc. It is a good section of us. We people are very much casual. We can't deny our responsibility for this way. 2, universal vaccination earliest. Very important role of our central and state governments to combat COVID wave. 3, active surveillance by the government, which is neglected. Many reports are suppressed, many infrastructures still ignored. 4, People's COVID Care Network team. People's COVID Care Network team in the ground level. I have some experience about it. Early detection, isolation, diagnosis, treatment, mild to moderate cases under medical supervision. To make the zero death. 5, to build up adequate health infrastructure for the government, as I have said already, COVID hospital, ICU beds, oxygen plants, life-saving medicines, along with increased human resources, doctors, nurses, paramedical staff and volunteers. I am sure our learned speakers will enrich us in depth to fight the challenge ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Samanta, for your keynote address. And let us thank you for helping our common friend Ashit Das to recover from this illness. So, is Greg Adamson around? I saw him when I actually went before. Oh, great. Welcome, sir, welcome. It must be very late evening now. It is in Australia. Very good. So, we were a little late due to technical hitch, but doesn't matter. Dr. Greg Adamson is from Melbourne. He is with the University of Melbourne, which is a school of computing and information system. Keeping information, making information available, analyzing the data is such an important important task in addition to treating the patients. So he is engaged with such an important task, and I am sure his guidelines would be of great help to us. So without wasting much time, I invite Dr. Greg Adamson to start his lecture.
Thank you, Professor Egeka. It's a great honor to be invited to speak to this forum, and I'd also like to thank all the other eminent speakers and guests today. Today we are so used to being remote that we forget the times that we could actually join together. And I remember with great fondness my visit to, I think it was about 10 years ago, my visit to Kolkata and a number of institutions at that time. And I enjoyed visiting that wonderful and this ancient city, and I'm very, very pleased to be here today. What I'd like to talk about a little bit briefly is health records. And this may seem strange in the middle of this terrible pandemic. When I talk about this topic, I always must think about those people who've lost loved ones. I myself have lost a close relative, and I know many of my Indian colleagues have lost relatives, and I know this is a personal tragedy for many of us, not just a social tragedy. And there's no way that we can lose sight of that. This is not something which we're discussing theoretically. This is not a theoretical threat. This is a practical threat to ourselves, our families, and the people that we know. So when I talk about health records, which are a very dry subject, that is not for a moment to leave aside the human element of what we speak about today. When we talk about health records, we can think about the traditional manner of storing health records, and one thinks of a set of shelves with thousands upon thousands of paper records. And one can look at that and think that was a very primitive technology, that was a very simple technology, and that there was lots of information that we could benefit from, which isn't released by that traditional storage of data. But the irony was that when everybody's health records were being kept by their local doctor, or in their local hospital, or in their local clinic, those records were in some ways protected by the inefficiency of the technology. And we didn't have to worry about problems with the misuse or the poor use of those records. And that's what I want to talk about. What I'm talking about today is the two sides of health records. So health records, and many researchers are very enthusiastic to work with enormous lakes of data. That is, we don't talk about ponds, we talk about an entire lake of data now. And the idea that using very advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, we are able to take this enormous amount of data and come up with wonderful discoveries. That is the image, that is the picture, that is the promise, that is the hope. Unfortunately, what we get instead is, or at least alongside that hope and that opportunity, we get people who simply see any large group of data as an opportunity to market things to people, or to exclude people. For example, the idea that if I know your health history, then I can exclude you from a job if I have that sort of view. I can exclude you from insurance. I may have an insurance company, and I may make, the more money I can make is based on the more I know about people, and I try to insure people who are not healthy. which means as an insurer, I'm cheating, but it's, and this is nevertheless something that people driven by a profit motive, when they're dealing with health considerations, may decide to do. They may decide to cheat, to not provide a proper service, and just to simply make money out of other people's knowledge of other people's suffering. And this is obviously not a good thing. Not a good thing for humans, not a good thing for humanity. These two sides, the promise and the threat, are being upset today. In the past, the accidental protectionism, which are the barrier to the misuse of many of these records. I began working with health records in the late 1990s. I established the secure environment for Australia's main health insurer, which at the time was owned by the government, Medibank Private, and through that, while leading the establishment of the secure environment to protect those records, I became very familiar with the challenges of managing health data. And I would say that today those challenges are very much the same, with one major exception, and that is that over the last 20-something years, since I had that role, we have seen technologies emerge which join data together. I'll give you an example. Just as in the past with paper records, the amount of paper records you could reasonably store in an area might be limited by a room or an enormous warehouse of paper records. The amount of information we could store on computers was limited by the size of the computer, the size of the computer's hard drive. Today, my mobile phone could easily store a record for every single person in the world. That is now a trivial task. It's a trivial challenge. So whereas in the past there were the limits of not just on paper, but when we went to medical records, electronic medical records, there were limits of storage and search. Those limits today have essentially disappeared. Anybody with the technology of a mobile phone today could attempt to create a database of everybody in the world. That's an extraordinary circumstance. For a few $100s, we have the technology necessary to keep all that information. So that's really happened in our recent life, not in the last 50 years. In the last 20 years. Just to return to the question of health data. Health data is extremely sensitive. It's sensitive in multiple ways. It's sensitive in impersonal ways. People tend to be I made the flippant comment a couple of months ago that people are, the two things which people are most irrational about are the way they feel about love and the way they feel about health. And when one thinks about love, logic goes out the window. When one thinks about health, logic also quite often could go out the window. When it's a threatening situation as we're facing today. So this is extremely personal, it's extremely sensitive. I don't mind, there are things about my health I don't care if everybody knows, but there are other things about my health which I care. I think that people will treat me differently if they know a certain thing about my health. This is universal. Everybody, even somebody who doesn't care about many aspects of their privacy, will probably want to hold personally that information. And when that information is aggregated, when millions of people's health records are all combined together, if we listen to some vendors will state that by combining millions of health records, you suddenly get an enormous opportunity to solve health problems, which we can't solve just by having a few thousand or a few 100,000 health records. But this is not necessarily true. The companies that work with health records, for example, there was a famous case with one of the major data platforms, I won't name them, but there was a famous case where working with a London hospital, they received access to millions of health records, and they claimed that they were going to be working on a particular health problem. But they weren't particularly interested in the health problem. They knew nothing about healthcare. They had the social media companies are not healthcare companies. They don't know the issues of healthcare, they don't know the history, they don't know the concerns of healthcare. They're certainly not professionally equipped to manage it. And so that rather than solving health problems, all they were doing was simply attempting to massively expand their currently enormous databases, information databases, and to privatize that data. And this is very sad and it's very serious, because the data should not be doing this to us. Our data should not be hurting us. But if we can't get a job, or if we, as I say, suffer some other discrimination, then it is hurting us. So at this point, I now want to move to a more optimistic, in a more optimistic direction. And that is to say, if our health data is so important to us, and if we're concerned about the misuse of our health data, and if we want to make sure that that health data is used only in a positive way, is there anything that we can do in relation in the technology field? Are there any technologies that assist us in doing this? And this is where, it's an interesting area. It's not a very new area, but it's a relatively new area. And this is the idea that humans should be responsible for their own data. It's given various names such as self-sovereign identity, personal data stores. There are some other terms. And ironically, the technology that allows us to do this is the technology which in the past caused us so much trouble. When we think about the ability of technology to focus down on one person, to, instead of advertising one message to 100 million people, you can provide 100 million messages to 100 million people, which is now possible, and that's how the social media platforms work. If we think about the degree of the capability of that technology, it's not too hard to think, shouldn't it be possible for 100 million people, and I'm just using that figure as a very large figure, shouldn't it be possible for 100 million people to each protect their data records, their personal data records? Now, there are ways in which your data needs to be known. Your data must be known to your doctor. Your data must be known if you go to a hospital. There are times when you may be unable to speak on your own behalf, and the data must be available to assist you to save your life. But that's just the starting point. What about deciding when that data should be shared and when that data should not be shared? To give you an example, a very, very simple example. I've had a vaccination. I get off for a particular disease, and it doesn't have to be COVID. It could be flu, it could be something else. and I go to an aged care facility to visit an elderly friend. And I want to share with the aged care facility the fact that I've had a medical, that I've had a flu shot, that I've been vaccinated before. Now, it's possible one could say, and this makes complete sense, one could say, what the government should do is establish an arrangement whereby the government keeps a record of everybody's health, and when a person wants to access that information, they're allowed to access it. Now that sounds really simple, and it is incredibly complicated. So in Australia, we are not able to do that. That is not, and that's not a criticism of the Australian government. It's a description of the complexity of the problem. I know in many other countries it's also not possible for the individual to have the data, health data that they want to share, and it could be with their employer, with their family, with the places they visit. If we say we are going to build a giant system which will solve all the problems, for those who have any familiarity with IT systems, you will understand that IT systems are notoriously bad at solving big problems. Notoriously bad. So an IT system can do something like, if I wanted to work out how many atoms there are in the universe, a computer is, say in the world, a computer is very good. But if I want to manage sensitive data in a way that ensures that data is available in exactly the right place at exactly the right time, and only for the purposes that it's supposed to be used, that is a very, very difficult challenge. We saw enormous programs, health programs, policing programs fail, that attempted to do that fail. Now they don't fail in the sense that they don't do anything. They fail in the sense that they don't serve the people at the boundaries. They forget people. The programs are not complete. They do a good job in a limited way, but they are not complete. And that is why, and that's part of the value of giving the person the power to share their information in the way they want to share it. So this is thinking about data as a benefit. So how do we get that balance? How do we get the balance between not wanting personal private data about ourselves to be used against us, while using the data, while having access to our own health data to use as we wish in a positive way? And the answer is, once again, the answer is not simple. The principles behind it are simple. The principles are things such as respect the individual. If the individual wants to use the data, don't force them to use it in a different way that they don't want to use in order to be able to use it in the way that they do want to use. And that's very important. And a lot of IT people don't understand that. A lot of IT people, when they're writing programs, are unaware of that. And this is not of their fault, because what they're good at is IT. They're not good at personal privacy and health considerations and things like that. So we need multidisciplinary teams. We need the view that we have to bring everybody together to share all those understandings in order to develop a good system. We need the view that at its heart, the system must respect the human. And that's not an afterthought. That's not something we check once we've written the program and just make sure that it doesn't disrespect the human. It's something that has to be there right at the conceptual stage. So I don't want to, it's been great to hear the other speakers, and once again, constantly I return to this is a human problem, and this is a human challenge that the world faces. One thing I would one thing I would say is that this is a shared problem. While I'm talking about individuals having control of their health data, that's not to say that any individual can solve this problem. If everybody doesn't have health in the world, nobody is safe. So the importance of approaching it holistically, the importance of approaching it humanely and humanly, which are two different things. The importance of respect in what we're doing, and the importance of understanding that health is special. Health is not like other types of information. We need to be very, very careful with the way we develop our health record systems. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Dilek, for finishing your speech within the limited time span. I think health is certainly a subject of much concern, a serious subject, and you have thrown light on that. And I'm sure those who are interested in this area will go further, keep in touch with you. I'm sure there will be many questions in the minds of the listeners, but at the situation we won't be able to entertain them. Some of them might like their questions in the chat box. Let us see how things will work out.
We are awaiting questions from the chat box, and just after Dr. Suvankar Chatterjee will raise some of the questions. Thank you, Professor K. Kadamson. On behalf of our Indian Institute of Social Development Research, we extend our gratitude to you, and in the future we will distribute your other programs, as well as we will request you to give us at least one or more article for publishing in our international research. Thank you, sir. And
So this is the beginning. We will continue our interaction, academic interaction.
Thank you, that's very, very good. Now, unfortunately for me, it's very late, and I have to work tomorrow, so I'll be leaving, but please, I'm very happy to take, if people want to contact me through LinkedIn, or I'm happy if you share my email for people to send me.
Thank you. We now proceed in this first session. There is one more speaker who is Dr. Suvankar Chatterjee. And he is directly associated with COVID disease because he is COVID nodal officer at the Calcutta Health Clinic and Hospital, Salt Lake, Kolkata. So, we have a person who is directly associated with this disease, and he is going to tell us something about experiences of different waves. We are now thinking of third wave of COVID, might be thinking of other waves also. Let us listen to him.
with the permission of the chair, I am the living example of its treatment. He directly gave treatment to me.
So, is Suvankar Chatterjee, Dr. Suvankar Chatterjee around?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. It's your turn now.
You are not audible. You are not audible. Please. Am I audible? Yes, now take the microphone. No, it is okay. It is okay.
It's okay, go ahead.
Okay. I thank the organization, IISRR, with the opportunity to speak regarding the last wave case in India.
initial doctor was to differentiate between the two waves which we faced. At the beginning, of the first wave, that is in March 2020, at that time, when the first cases were recorded in India, at that time the disease was very new, and about the I was at that time did not have data about the population limited and we faced cases in our hospital in our area in the last week of March 2020. At that time, we were surprised. At
Hello, sir.
that time, problems.
Your audio is not your audio is not so good. Sometimes it is broken. Okay, sir, continue.
When we faced first cases in the at the end of the March 2020, at that time the line was evolving. But you put device
Unmute your laptop. Okay. Then talk to mobile. Okay.
okay, now,
Okay. Now.
so at that time,
Okay. Now.
yes, what we faced that the disease was new to us. So, from the aspect of the healthcare workers and the general public, there was a tremendous fear that how we can face these cases. The initial phases, many of the healthcare workers did not want to serve those COVID patients, and we were at the scarcity of healthcare workers, staffs, of doctors, of nurses, of paramedical staff, ancillary workers, frontline workers, everywhere there was a crisis, there was a fear. So at that time, what we have to face, we have to do that, we have to go call them, we have to take classes, to educate them, to give them assurance that there is no fear, we can take care of this patient, we will not die, we can save those lives. And if we don't try those, what is happening to those victims? They may be our family members. So at that time, we have to do scientific classes to most of the healthcare worker teams, and we have to build our teams. And we were not ready at the initial stage to have our isolation ward, because we have never faced such kind of pandemic where this disease is so transmissible. So we did not have any kind of isolation ward. We did not have the negative pressure ventilation ward. But we have to create that. At that time, in all the hospitals, we have invented many things. The PPEs were not ready. We did not get enough PPEs, both in the government segment and in other hospitals. So we have to manufacture many things from our, we have to plan what can be done at that time. There was a very limited number of drugs available at that time. The science was very evolving stage. What we faced at that time, the government was given a strict lockdown at that time in the first phase. So for that, and the virus was very new. It was a novel virus, and there was no mutation. So the first wave went up in a very flat curve. It maintained from March into up to at the end of October, November 2020, and the cases were in the highest note. We will see in India the cases were in lakhs. But in contrast, when after the first wave is over, we strangely saw that our government officers and our ministers, they told that we have won the war against the period of January, February, March. This was the time. At that time, the scientists had told that there is a possibility of a second wave. The virus is mutate. It may come in a more dangerous way. But we did not see the preparation level upcoming for this to face the new second wave. And we paid the price. We have missed the bath at that time in January, February, December. And at that time, in the beginning of the March also, when the cases were slowly rising, at that time also, our government did not take adequate steps to prevent the second wave. And the vaccination started in January. You see, the flow was very slow. Vaccination progress. Initially, it is targeted to be concerned workers, healthcare workers, but the case was very slow. We paid the price. We faced the second wave from March. The second wave was huge as compared to the first wave, which was a flat curve. We see the second wave was a very short period, but it was a huge number of cases, and we were overwhelmed. Our healthcare system was overwhelmed with the cases. For everybody, there was a crisis of beds, crisis in oxygen, crisis in ventilators, crisis in healthcare worker systems. So our healthcare system collapsed due to the number of cases jumped so high in various states throughout the country, even throughout the world. And we paid the price. We lost many lives. Some of our relatives or healthcare workers also could not sustain them from this disease. If we analyze what happened to the second dose, there are many new features. So that the second dose was so deadly because there are some variant strains as compared to the first wave. We have seen new virus has mutated. There are many new kind of genes developed in the virus, and like Delta wave in our region of the country, we face the variant strains that have caused so much dangerous things. The symptoms pattern, the age group pattern, everything has changed. As compared to the first wave, we have seen the more younger population was affected in the second wave. In first wave, it was more cases above 50 of age, but in second wave, the age group has reduced. Even we have seen some cases of children who are affected during the second cases. The symptoms were much earlier. After the incubation period, in the first wave, the lung involvement usually started between the day 7 and 15. But we have seen very erratic response in terms of lung involvement and the symptoms in the second wave. We have seen cases where the symptoms started even at day 3, and we have seen cases who started to have symptoms at day 30. So there are very erratic cases of lung involvement. There was many complications which were absent in the first wave of pandemic. We have seen most of the critical patients. In second wave, most of the patients become very critical very rapidly, and that is why more number of ICU beds were required, more number of ventilators were required, more oxygen was consumed by the patients, and everywhere there was a crisis of oxygen. We must remember that few months back to take the phase we have gone through. In the lung, we have seen the lung, due to the pathological problem of this disease, in the second wave, the variant virus, it has created more lung damage. It has created more lung rupture that has caused a pneumothorax, pneumomediastinum, subsequently emphysema. That means the air was, the lung bursted spontaneously, and the air was traversed under the skin. Many cases we have seen like this. This was rare in the first wave. We have seen a lot of fungal infections in the second wave, and the black fungus, you must know, we have seen in the newspaper. It was spread like anything in many states. There may be many reasons due to the extensive lung damage. There may be extensive use of steroid kind of drugs that has created the fungal infection epidemic in the second wave. And we have seen also the various patterns of cytokine storm. Even in the first wave, we have seen the cases were critical. They had the features of cytokine storm. Those storms, it was a autoimmune problem. Our own body system developed some kind of chemicals which is called cytokine
which was supposed to prevent the virus attack to our body, but they have become overactive and they have created more damage to our body. That was it's like a storming event. Patient rapidly became serious. These cytokine storm usually happen in between day 10 and day 14 in the first wave. But in the second wave, we have seen the cytokine storm, even we have cases like in day 4, 5 and even in day 30. Very erratic. There was many patients who had repeated cytokine storm. Repeatedly patient becomes critical. Once we have put the patient on ventilator, we have weaned them from the machine, they become deterioration in the second wave. So there are repeated attacks of cytokine storm, repeated complications. For that, many patients we could not save. The death number was outnumbered by the our health system, and the second wave was very deadly. We have faced many problems during the second wave while treating the patients. We have faced crises in our drug basket. You know, there are many, almost, even after a research, there is no true antiviral drug available till date which can cure the COVID pneumonia. There is no drug nowadays. So we have some antiviral drugs like steroid which can reduce the inflammation of the lung. We have heparin like a drug which are blood thinner which can prevent the clotting in the blood system. And there are drugs which are like immune boosters like vitamin C, zinc, etc. But there is no true antiviral drug. We have, during the both waves, we have seen some drugs which acted medically in a critical patient like tocilizumab. This is a monoclonal antibody drug. And in our personal experience, as well as in literature, worldwide, this drug has given a good response to the critical patients. So the patients improved rapidly with this kind of monoclonal antibody therapy. But the problem was that this kind of drug is rarely available in our hands during the crisis phase when we treated patients. The doctor given requisition for those drugs, but this was not available. Throughout the country, there are the kinds of the antiviral drugs, remdesivir, tocilizumab, and all other important drugs were not available. I here want to raise your point that this type of drug, the vaccine, the drug, which is the most important in treating the patients of severe COVID pneumonia, and the drugs which can prevent the vaccine. This is my personal question. You may discuss in your forum also that why this type of drugs will be available from the monopoly houses. Only one company will produce the drug for the world. Is it possible in this manner to supply the drugs to the needy throughout the world? Is it really possible? The tocilizumab drug, we know, it is produced in a company in Switzerland and it is marketed in India by one single company. The government of the state and the center, if they have wanted, they could have allowed other companies, or they could have taken up the initiative to set up drug manufacturing units of their own to create, to manufacture many amount of drugs for the common public, so that we could have saved much more lives during the second wave. In the crisis, in the beginning of the third wave, I want to raise this question that this initiative should be taken, that no drug, no important medicine should be available only for a single house. That should be available freely for the patients who are in crisis, who need it. Otherwise, the doctors like us who save the patients in a crisis period, we will be handicapped. We will have nothing to do except oxygen and bed. So I request everybody to here to raise the voice so that the drug and the vaccine should be made available to everybody so that we can treat much more patients. So in a nutshell, I have given my views on the both ways, and I want to raise the concern again that we are in front of a third wave coming. So before that, the vaccination initiative should be very much rampant, very much widespread. But here also, I am seeing that there is its rate is very slow and it is not optimum. So, and there are problems of building infrastructure of the health throughout the country. So we may face another pandemic, another crisis period in front of us. So So with this I conclude my speech. I thank you, Professor Ashish Kumar Das and the organization for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for warning us, telling us about the situation of medicine and other facilities. I appreciate you maintain time, and that has enabled us to, adjust things in a given span of time. We had four speakers, as we know, Dr. Shoma Bandyopadhyay said the ball rolling, giving her inaugural address. Tell us what this problem is. Then going ahead, Dr. Ashok Samanta spelled out the problem, told us how big it is, what are its parameters. That. We had Greg Adamson from Australia who threw light on the statistical aspect, the health aspect, the third aspect. And that was also quite informative. Lastly, Dr. Chatterjee, being the person directly involved in the explain to us what was the situation in the first wave, second wave, and that enables us to, take care if really the third wave arrives. I hope no third wave should arrive, but it's not in our hands. And even if it comes, we have enough knowledge now. I thank the other speakers for giving us such intellectual input. I thank the organizer for giving me the responsibility to share this. Actually, I am presently out of station. I am speaking in a hotel room in Bangalore, but I promised Pastor that I would manage the show. I now hand over.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Shatabdi, are you present? Shatabdi Das, are you present? Shatabdi. Thank you, Professor Agarkar. We would request Professor Shursi Mohan Das, our advisor of International Journal, is the Vice Chancellor of Dubikin Bharat Hindi Prasar Sabha, Tamil Nadu. It is a premier central university, and previously he was Vice Chancellor of Modern University in West Bengal. On behalf of our organization, we request him to chair the second session, and the session is left to the chair.
Would I start right now?
Yes. Yes.
Very good evening to all of you. Professor Agarkar, after a few days, we are again meeting you. I can see you, Professor Das, and other respected dignitaries and participants. Actually, it is indeed a great pleasure to again come to the. Just now, half an hour, I reached Chennai from Delhi. Actually, I had a meeting in Delhi yesterday, and today I came to Chennai, my institute. Just half an hour I reached, and I am addressing you. It is just now from 5 in the afternoon. You are hearing lectures from senior experts regarding further. Professor Agarkar is telling that it is expected. Just yesterday in the meeting, in our meeting, it was chaired by Honorable Minister of State External Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs, V. Muralidharan, who was telling that in India, it is expected that third wave will not come because government has taken adequate measures. So we hope for the best if it does not at all come. So in any case, now it's my turn to chair this session. I can only say one thing. Though it is unfortunate, but at the same time, we are fortunate to experience such a pandemic situation in our lifetime, and it seems to me that this pandemic situation has brought the doctors, the virologists, the epidemiologists, the scientists, the government, the judiciary, and the media all are on same footing. Why I am telling? Almost all the concerned people are aware that what are the protocols of treatment. Initially it was told that chloroquine, then zinc, etc., etc. And actually everybody has been passing through experience one after another. Nobody knows. Even the vaccination, there are lots of controversy so far as vaccination is concerned. First, COVID 28 days, second dose, then 44, then 45, then now 90. Actually, we are in a state of experience, in experimental state. So, all are equal. Only we do not know the medical term and medical anatomy and physiology of the human body. So far as treatments are concerned, now Delta plus, etc., we have been hearing all such things. Okay, I am not going details into all such things. There are experts who will be taking, and I am fortunate to introduce Dr. Dipankar Ghosh, now Assistant Professor, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He did Masters in Microbiology from MS University, Baroda, India. Professor Dr. Ghosh has done his doctoral PhD from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He did his postdoctoral training in immunology from Cleveland Clinic, Ohio, USA. His areas of interest are early host microbe interactions, warfare, program signaling, immunity, healthcare-associated infections, neonatal sepsis, antimicrobial resistance, probiotics, metabolomics. He has lots of experience in his study from 2003 to 2008. He was faculty scientist in the Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. From 2009 to 12, he was fellow in
Chairman sir, we have already uploaded the biodata of all speakers. Okay. So we have informed all the participants and link has been sent. All the speakers with biodata has been uploaded.
So better not to waste time by reading the biodata of the speaker. You are already, as Professor Raj mentioned, that you are already aware of the details about the speakers. So may I request Dr. Dipankar Ghosh, Assistant Professor, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, topic is COVID immunology, long COVID. So may I now request Dr. Ghosh to give his delivery.
He is one of the renowned immunologists in India.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me, please? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, you are very much audible.
Thank you very much, sir. And respected Chairperson, Professor Das, and all the speakers who have given this, contributing to this wonderful session. It is my true honor to present the little knowledge that I have, and that's only too little. And also, this is the first time I've had experience with this group, and to recognize something that can personalize the knowledge in a very multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary way, I think is extremely commendable. So having said that, I've been asked to present on the long project, this one that I'm still able to
Please confirm if you can see the screen, please. PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. So this is a general slide to introduce COVID. And I'm very much aware that we being some level of scientists who are not doing much, because if we were doing much, this disease long back there would be solutions. So which makes it extremely confusing, and at times embarrassing to even discuss this disease. But then we have to, and we continue to learn more from this incredible pathobiology. So the first two slides are just to explain what COVID is and how does it do what it does. This is not lung COVID. Lung COVID is done. So if you look at it, this of course is a lung epithelial cell. And this is the virus, as you very well now know, it targets DS2 receptors, which are present all over our body. And that is what the first thing that makes this disease extremely tough to handle. This particular receptor is not only there in the lung, actually it's not much there in the lung. It's there in the gut, it is there in the nose, it's there in the eye, very much. It's there in the brain, it's there everywhere. And it's a very important receptor in the immune system. And this virus targets that. So thereby, what the virus has is immediately has the key to almost all the locks that the body will have, all the key of however much you put it. Once it has gone to the receptor, it gains entry, then of course it replicates inside the into the human cell, which is the RNA virus, so the RNA is released out. And then the RNA is released out, takes control of the cell, more viral proteins are produced, the virus gets matured, a new virus comes up, and then the virus is released outside to infect other cells. Now, this is what a virus replication cycle is. But this is not unusual. I mean, most viruses, even influenza viruses, will do something like this. They will replicate, and then the disease with the viral load is going to go up initially, and then of course it's going to come down when the body's immune system takes care of it. And in this case also, the body does have an immune system to take care of it. But it does recognize this virus inside, and the body does produce what is known as cytokines. What are cytokines? These are messengers, signaling molecules, which is the sort of the flagship or the flag of the immune system, in which immune cells, and we have got a very powerful immune system, which tells the other cells what is the situation, when to actually come in, and when to attack, and when to actually slowly get out of the system, such that a state of inflammation is reduced. The inflammation is the characteristic of the clinicians and the experts here in the group. Everybody would know very well, perhaps more than me. But for the students and other younger members, this characteristically is going to give rise to what is known as pyrexia, fever. It's also going to make a person very ill. The question is, why would the body make itself ill? Well, when you raise the temperature, when you give rise to certain molecules like cytokines, like reactive oxygen species and others, it becomes very difficult for the virus to grow. This is how we actually defend ourselves from most of the other infections. So fever actually in many manner is useful. The body is also going to bring in immune cells like the T cells, macrophages, monocytes. What these do, especially this cell that you see, macrophage, they come to they get to the virus, they eat away the virus, they literally cut the virus, which is known as phagocytosis. And once the virus is inside, the macrophage kills it, and then the macrophage goes to the T cells and tells them that, well, I have a virus or an agent which I have killed. It looks like this, and it does what is known as antigen presentation. The T cell at this point is going to recognize this, and when the T cell goes to the B cell, which are the antibody producing cell, and that antibody, once it's produced, will not allow the virus to even touch, this receptor. Even when the virus enters much early, the antibody can take care of it. This is why, of course, we are generating and doing so much of vaccinations these days. This is the normal way that the body is going to react to the infection. see, which are extremely essential for the body to signal its sort of like its pulse or its commandos, signaling molecules. They are not in control. They go out of control. And that's this popular term, which is known as cytokine storm. Now, having said that, cytokine storm is not new. Cytokine storm, so to speak, is associated with multiple diseases. Nearly all diseases that cancer sepsis, which can be controlled in severe cases, unfortunately cannot be controlled, is always serious. But in many cases, they can mitigate themselves. So the patient is going to be poorly ill, has to be brought to ICU, etc. And then, after some time, with good amount of medications and appropriate treatment, the patient is going to come back to normal. That is also, as you know, happens quite a large number of patients with COVID-19. But in this case, there are certain sets of cells, like T cells and monocytes, which go out of range. The numbers, the reactions that these cells do is a very peculiar. And they continue this inflammation without going down. They continue with the cytokine storm in some sets of patients without actually coming down. And this is what gives rise to the pathology, first noticed by significant leakage by vascular where in many cases, when this virus in which case of a very serious patient, it is not controlled. There is a massive dysfunction of the immune system. Not of course by this popular term as systemic cytokine storm. For the clinicians and for the general scientists who know this is basically a success that was uncontrolled. Exposure, symptom onset, and recovery in 2 weeks.
তাহলে তুই নিয়ে চলে আয় না ওর মাধ্যমিক উচ্চ মাধ্যমিক সব যা আছে রেকর্ড আমি আসলে প্যান কার্ড ওই প্যান কার্ড আধার কার্ড নিয়ে চলে একটা দিন দরকারে থাকবি আমি রাতে বসে বসে করে দেবো বুঝেছিস একটা দিন মানে লম্বা দেরি করলে হবে না একদিনের মধ্যেই সেটা করতে হবে
which must be given
একটা জেরক্স দরকার বুঝতে পারবো না এই পারবো না একটা জেরক্স করে নিয়ে আর অরিজিনালটাই নিয়ে আয় শোন শোন আমার কথা শোন অরিজিনাল আরে তুই কি বলিস আমি নাম বলছি
actually is the problem. We don't have the solution, so to speak. We don't even know exactly what is the problem. Now, the only thing we do know is that long COVID is a serious thing. Long COVID is not some kind of a patient coming with, some kind of a hyper state of nervousness. Doctor, I'm not feeling well. What should I do? Well, what if the patient says, "Gone home and should be feeling well"? It is a very definable, system. The problem is, it comes with an enormous repertoire of different symptoms. But as of now, long COVID is here to stay. Long COVID is something that we will see with what happened in the second wave. A massive number of patients are going to be coming in for a pretty long time. So much so that now long COVID, or this term, has got a scientific or a clinical same, of course, term, and that is called as the post-acute sequelae of COVID-19, or PASC. Is this significant? Well, we increasingly see that in the Indian press, at least in our country, and of course worldwide, there is a very large number of patients, and people are starting to, wake up to this symptom. Treatment facilities, I'm sure the clinicians in this group would agree with that. It's a lot of patients coming with different kinds of symptoms. This 6th August Indian Express tells you very clearly, long COVID is now well defined and described by WHO as a disorders. And increasingly, clinicians are taking this very, very seriously. The problem is, and if you would allow me a little bit of a humor here, if there is any humor in this disease or in ourselves anymore after this long second wave, is that this is extremely difficult to understand and this is extremely difficult to explain, far less to treat. It is just like this battle that all of us know, right? This elephant and this experts. The experts has become a very funny word these days. When an expert looks at an elephant, it would sometimes describe it as a whale from the tail of a rope, from the ear of a fan, or a spear with and the trunk like a snake. The problem is, every scientist or every expert, so to speak, is looking at a narrow angle. It does twenty, and that applies to clinicians as well, looking at a problem of a vascular disease, looking at that as a neurological sequel, a neurological disease, or a gastrointestinal sequel. The problem is, all of those come into the long COVID umbrella. And tell me one disease that you have ever encountered, which after a patient goes back, the patient would come back with such massive level of different symptoms, all attributed to one single point, one single viral infection. How would somebody even treat this disease for far less diagnosis? That is the challenge that started now, unfortunately, but doesn't seem to be quickly ending. So what actually gives us that we can get to a definition is long COVID or LIC. There are a couple of definitions now. Very emerging field. I say long COVID ophelia, as you have to come up with a definition of long COVID. But this is what is known as the NICE protocol, National Stroke Health and Care Excellence in UK. And there is a very similar protocol from NIH in US, so that's what I have for you, which is acute COVID-19 signs and symptoms of COVID-19 for up to 4 weeks. Ongoing symptoms of COVID-19, signs and symptoms of COVID-19 for weeks post-COVID-19. Signs and symptoms that develop during or after an infection consistent with COVID-19, continue for more than 12 weeks, and are not explained by alternative diagnosis. As you can see, the whole term, the definition itself is very loose, and that explains the problem. What is the problem? The problem is, when you look at COVID-19, in most disease, if you look at this viral, which is SARS-CoV-2, viral load going up, and with that, the disease symptom should also go up. In COVID-19, it doesn't always tell. And many clinicians in the group would actually vouch for that. And that's what we are looking at IL-6, which is a classic marker. Most often, IL-6 and viral load doesn't tell it. Why? Well, this follows certain diseases. This is not immune to COVID-19, in which the viral load and the body's immune pathology, the way that this immune system goes crazy, that doesn't go together. Body senses this virus and something happens which we do not understand, in which the immune control goes off. So, and then when it goes off after 4 weeks, we will still continue to see significant level of symptoms like fatigue, decline in quality of life, joint pain and others, which I will bring slowly as things go. So, week 12 to 6 months is when these symptoms will generally come back. What are the symptoms? And this couple of slides are going to briefly just go through. What long COVID is, they can be pulmonary, in which you have dyspnea, decreased exercise capacity, and hypoxia. Hypoxia is low oxygen in the blood. Reduced diffusion capacity, restricted pulmonary physiology. These are medical terms. So if you cannot understand or it becomes too difficult, please stop me and I can at least help to understand. So basically X-ray and as well as in CT scans, we're going to see something different from a normal individual. Assessment of progression or recovery of pulmonary disease mostly is at home. Most of these patients do not need to be admitted. But the problem is the quality of life increases significantly. Fibrosis increases disease that I've heard. In Kolkata, and this is something that we'll work with. But most of these cases, the patients recovered normally with some level of steroid therapy. Please. Who have hypertension are particularly sensitive to this group of non-COVID symptoms. Neuropsychiatric, and this I'm sure you have heard. People after COVID, quite a large group of them complain of brain fog, inability to process information, become sort of quote unquote stupid, become very sensitive to they're scared, they're afraid of different diseases that they're going to die. This is very difficult. Constipation, so on and so forth, come back to the clinics. The last but not the least, this I'm not going to cover other than if it is a question, is this particular MIC is particularly targeting the kids. And this is where a very large number of patients, particularly in this wave 2, are susceptible. Long COVID does have some risk factors, which are obesity, hypertension, people with cardiovascular diseases, COPD, and so on. They are more susceptible than normal. From asymptomatic to critical, particularly this group, especially people who have CKD, cardiovascular disease, are more susceptible. The disease lingers on, and as you can see, once the viral invasion phase is gone, then comes multiple mechanisms, and some of this we still don't understand. For example, hidden viral reservoirs in the body, altered microbiome of the body, impaired renin-angiotensin systems, which are fundamental to the kidney health as well as blood pressure. Mitochondrial dysfunction, which is absolutely central to our health. So there are multiple things going on here, which we know little, but slowly understanding as part of the long COVID problem. Together, unfortunately, with all this that is going on, once it sets in, there is an unlimited number of diseases that can come rise to, and that is brain, esophagus, lungs, heart, kidney, vasculature. Almost every part of the body can be sensitive to post-acute COVID-19 or long COVID. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. I'm almost ending to my slide because I'd rather take questions. This is a very new slide. And again, I would understand that many of you are not coming from a classical immunology, but just to give an explanation that do we at all understand in molecular levels what is happening with long COVID? The pure cases characteristic, that is, doctors were last to be diagnosed or measured during the time of COVID. This is PAC in red, and blue is non-PAC. And IL-6 in patients who have PAC seems to be constant from an early to a late phase, whereas patients who don't, it goes down. You'll see a similar thing going on with interferon gamma. It goes up, and usually comes down, but in this case it does not. Similar situation happens with IL-10, high beta comes down. These are all cytokine markers. So for us, if we can understand what kind of a cytokine profile this disease produces, we can have a better idea how to control the disease. And this is becoming the problem, but at least in some cases, so some advantage, but in some cases we do understand certain cytokines are going up. IL-10 is one of them. And they don't come down. Whereas in normal patients, they go up for some time and then they come down. Long COVID, among the other things of a immune dysregulation, is thought to be also connected to gut dysbiosis. What is dysbiosis? Dysbiosis is a normal microbiota in the large intestine, which under certain situations is going to have a disturbance, and through a leaky gut it's going to come out and go to the other organs and create some level of an inflammation. Translocation is a form of dysbiosis, but dysbiosis is a pretty long term. Even if you have a significant antibiotic exposure, if you're taking an antibiotic, you can still have a disturbance of the gut, normal microflora. Microflora dysbiosis is always a feature of COVID. There is not much research, but emerging things do indicate that patients largely suffer from this. What role this has in COVID-19 post-recovery, we do not know. But we do know dysbiosis is a feature of cancer chemotherapy, and these patients suffer horribly. Much of the cancer problem is not actually because of the cancer, at least for those patients who have who have a successful chemotherapy. It happens because in a very significant way there is massive dysbiosis of the microbiota. A similar thing is happening in long COVID gut. How important is this? Well, it causes severe dyspnea. It can lead to accumulation of toxins in the body. It decreases or weakens the body's immune system. There are pathological changes in membranes, and of course it reduces non-specific immunity, and that is where you see viral infections, that you see fungal infections, multiple diarrhea or cross infections in this group of patients. The symptoms of long COVID is more than 300 right now, and that is what makes it absolutely scary, isn't it? And one doesn't know what is going to attack who. This can be as small as 58% suffering from fatigue, 44% from headache, there is 27% attention disorder, anosmia continues 21% and higher. But really, if you look at it, you will appreciate how massive and how dangerous the problem is. It is a low-key problem. Not much of these people possibly are going to succumb. But what's going to happen is people who are working members of the family, or breadwinners of the family, so on and so forth, particularly students, young, our next generation. The issue in this case would be absolutely devastating to the economy and to the general, public health. And with that, I'll stop. Is the only with this figure that explains how massive the problem is, and take your questions.
Dr. Ghosh has very nicely mentioned so many things. Rather, he has posed a very great problem before us about long COVID, where the doctors and experts are confused. We don't know what the common people are doing. The long COVID, which is affecting almost every organ of human body. I don't know what will happen in the next week. I think the questionnaire session will be at the end or in between. Okay?
Sir, the question will be, the audience will put in chat box. We will ask after the completion of all three speakers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for nicely put. Though it is not a good news for us, but what is actual reality and put forward the reality and what may waiting or what will be waiting for us in the days to come, particularly long COVID. You have very nicely elaborated so many things. It would have been better if we could provide you some more time. We will be much beneficial.
With the permission of the chair, may I request Dr. Ghosh to give an elaborate article on this, because one special issue of intellectual journal will be published on this issue. Mainly the articles from all the speakers and some inventor. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, may I introduce Dr. Sorry. He is from HCMR Lab.
Professor Ghosh, please stop your presentation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Scientist National Institute of Cholera and Infectious Disease ICMR, and our own institute in Kolkata, Beliaghata. I am not giving details about him as because it is already provided to him. His topic is COVID vaccination policy and controversy. The topic itself is a controversy. There are political battles among the different states, center states, etc. So far as vaccination policy is concerned. So it will be a very interesting topic, it seems. So may I now request that the Das to please present you later.
With the permission of the chair, just a few seconds, we welcome Dr. Abudi Mishra. He is with us. He is a renowned cardiologist, and he served in PG hospital for a long time, and he was one of the members of the team when Mother Teresa was ill and operated. Welcome, Dr. Abudi Mishra. Okay, Dr. Das, please.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Very much.
Very good evening to all of you. Thank you, Chairman, Dr. Ashok Kumar Das, and other organizers of this symposium. And I guess there cannot be anything more appropriate at this time when we have just come out of very devastating second wave of the pandemic, and now third wave is looming in. So I guess this is the right time that we take stock of the situation and make plans for the days ahead. My good friend Dipankar has nicely presented the immunological aspect of COVID-19, and which is certainly, is still not entirely clear to us. We are still in the learning phase. In different waves of COVID-19, the disease manifestations are newer and newer disease manifestations coming up, making us perplexed. What is the underlying cause or mechanism of such manifestations? And for long COVID, we practically know even less. So, assuming that people attending this seminar, many of them are certainly doctors and science students, but there could be people outside in the scientific field. So I have tried to keep this as simple as possible,
although as Chairman
হ্যাঁ
said,
ঠিক
that
আছে
this is a very controversial issue, and the controversy is coming up because of our
মুখটাই
lack
নিচু
of
হয়ে আছে
knowledge. So, as we know more and more, I guess we will be clearer about what to do. And
ঠিক আছে
so,
বলছি আমাদের এটা কিন্তু চলছে রেকর্ডিংও হচ্ছে
then this, and I hope that
রেকর্ডিং
it
তো
will be
ইউটিউবে হচ্ছে
an uneventful start, because every time I try to present, some issues come up. So let's see how it is. Is it visible? Excuse me, is it visible? Yes, it is visible, visible. Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, this is the topic actually, the vaccination policy and controversies. So, let me just first give a brief outline about what vaccines are available right now.
If you go side show, then full screen will be.
But it's not, yeah, it's in full screen.
Yes.
I think it is in full
Okay, fine.
So is it changed, the
Yes.
slide? So the slide changed? Does it show landscape of novel coronavirus?
Yes.
Okay, because sometimes these issues come up. Slides do not change. So please, interest me if you don't see the slides changing, and I will every time I'll say presenting the next slide. So yeah, so just give you an overview of the vaccines that are already available or in the offing. And it's quite I would say surprising, or maybe surprising may not be the right word. It's just sometimes it's puzzling that so many platforms are being used and so many different vaccines are being produced, and more diseases in the human history has generated so much of activities and curiosities. Obviously, we are in a very different era where we know a lot about
Please stop your. Please stop. Or admin, you can approach him.
So, yes, we know, obviously we know a lot more about the virus and the human system if we compare to the earlier pandemics, not to mention the 1918 pandemic, but even the pandemics that happened at the outset of this millennium. So even last 20 years or so, we have progressed a lot in the understanding of human system and human interaction with the other organisms, including the virus. So you can see that there are more than 100 viruses are in 100 vaccines are in the clinical development, and additional 184 preclinical development. And you can see that there are different vaccines are being used.
আসছে তো আমার কম্পিউটারে আসছে তো
Only the protein that is being used as the.
Excuse me, Dr. Das, your presentation or else it doesn't stop. Please share your screen again.
পিঙ্ক করলে বড় হয়ে যাচ্ছে, ওনাকে আরেকবার শেয়ার করতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, ওনার বোধহয় ওই ইয়েটা ছোট হয়ে গেছে।
Yes, sir.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Is it calm now?
Okay, Yes, now it is. Yes.
You please go to the slide show. Is it in the slide show? No, slide show. You go to the. On my screen, it is in the slide show. That's what I'm getting confused by. In my screen, I'm going into the fixing the slide. Now it is not. I have escaped. But now this is the slide showing, but you don't see this.
Okay.
Do you see the slide show mode? No.
No.
This is really perplexing. But is it too small?
No. It is visible.
Okay.
It is visible. Okay.
Computer may have a problem. Yeah.
Okay, continue, please.
As I mentioned initially, I always have a worry that
Again, your slide is done. Okay. Now. Yes.
Is it there?
Now it is visible. Okay, fine.
Okay, now it changed?
Yes. No. Please continue.
No. Did the slide changing? Like, did it change?
Okay, second slide is landscape of novel
Still
coronavirus.
landscape, okay. I understand that this is what is happening. So now, okay, this is the landscape slide. So, as I was mentioning, there are very large number of almost all different vaccine development platforms are used, starting from only the purified protein, which is the subunit vaccine, or different viral vectors. We have heard about this Covishield, which is this protein cloned into a adenoviral vector, super-G adenoviral vector. So there could be replicative, non-replicative viral vector, replicative viral vector. We have heard about the DNA vaccine that is Zydus Cadila has made, and there could be inactivated vaccine like the Covaxin, inactivated viral vaccine. There are mRNA vaccine. We all know about this. So this is a new type of vaccine. It was never tried earlier on humans for any disease, and we have seen that these mRNA, so far the these mRNA-based vaccines, like the Moderna, they have been very effective in preventing the viral infection. We may have viral vector which is replicating or the virus-like particles. There are some vaccines where we know that when an antigen is given to the body, which actually induces the immune response. So it needs to be processed and terminology called presented to the immune cells by antigen-presenting cells. So here the antigen in a viral vector, cloned in a viral vector, has been presented with an artificial antigen-presenting cell. So it's a very new approach. So these type of things, these are replicating on non-replicating, and this is live attenuated virus. So yeah, we have been only aware of so far all the human vaccines that are available, either live attenuated or inactivated virus, and in some cases the subunit vaccine. Very few viral vector vaccines are also there, but you can see that so many new vaccine platforms are being used now, are being used to develop COVID-19 vaccine. So it has generated enormous amount of interest and activity among the scientific community. So just a little overview of the vaccines, where we stand now in terms of vaccines that are available in India. We all know that the Covaxin is the leader of vaccine produced by, designed by ICMR, National Virology, and then commercialized by Bharat. So is the COVID-19 vaccine under trials? Is the slide there? Okay. Yeah. So, and this vaccine has shown in all trials, shown good immune response. Phase 3 human clinical trial just concluded early 2021, and this is now pediatric study trials are ongoing, and this is where the Government of India has already given an emergency use authorization for all the vaccines, COVID India, basically under emergency authorizations. So I'll come to that. What is this? And so this is the phase 2 trial result that just recently come up. So that it shows that it's also quite effective against the Delta variant that we know that it was responsible for the second wave in India. So it's also effective against that responsible. And in terms of safety, with the placebo, there was little difference. It was quite similar to placebo. So it may be considered as highly safe. All the vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines, fortunately, none of the vaccines has shown an unacceptable level of toxicity or side effects. Well, there were reports of some serious toxicities like some coagulation disorder or some myocarditis. But we have to remember that we take the percentage of vaccinated population where this happened is minuscule. I mean, say for coagulopathy, we all know that oral contraceptive is also for this coagulopathy, and we see the chance of having coagulopathy after oral contraceptive pill is actually much higher than what happened with this vaccine. So only few cases of this type of side effect have actually, so this is another thing Dr. Das also mentioned, that it's a highly controversial, or I would say highly political, politically charged situation, and the vaccine has become a kind of a political tool for some cases. So because, in one sense, I would say this is good because people are very vigilant, media, scientific community, everybody is scrutinizing these things. I'll come to this about this regarding the controversies again. So why this is important at this stage, but at the same time, this should not create rumors and misinformation, spread misinformation, which unfortunately has spread a lot, resulting in misconception of disease, the vaccine, its efficacy, and what we know. So the second vaccine is actually Covishield. So Covishield is, that this is a vaccine AstraZeneca developed in UK, and then Serum Institute of India, India claimed it has shown similar kind of protective efficacy as the vaccine, and also received PCGI approval for emergency use. And now there are only recently, end of July, the regulatory authority used or approved mixed vaccination policy, like Covaxin, Covishield mixed vaccination, because this issue was raised because of the unavailability of a particular type of vaccine, either of them, for 2 doses. So the situation was like that. One is being available because it's like continuous production and supply. So it was came to the regulatory authority that situation arises where the same vaccine which was used for the first dose is not available for the second dose for the vaccine. So it just was approved, this type of trial. But in the meantime, today the reports came from ICMR. So there was some vaccination in UP, you have heard, by mistake, and they gave authorities two types of vaccine in 2 doses. So ICMR took up this issue, consulted with the government, and then looked for vaccine efficacy, immunogenicity. In fact, I would say immunogenicity, not efficacy, still not done, but immunogenicity was done. And what was found
is that the immunogenicity was higher for mixed vaccination cases as opposed to the single, homologous vaccination, 2 doses at the same time. So this kind of surprising, actually, I'm sure that you really understand the reason for that, fully understand the reason for that, but that's what found, and this news is quite heartening, or I would say quite promising, because situations will definitely arise where we may need to different for a second dose. So, and then there are some other vaccines as well as mentioned, but they are again they are in that trial phase. Except Sputnik vaccine, which was produced in Russia, has been approved for use in India, but it was
Hello? Yes? Hello? 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 Dr. Shantu Sobush Das, you are not audible now. Dr. Das,
so you can make the presentation without the slide. It's a very restrictive type.
yeah. Because for one
What is the point in? What is the point? Because we all know all these things.
At the bottom and on your microphone.
Hello. You don't know very well.
Sir, can you hear me? Dr. Das? Hello? Please unmute. Please unmute your microphone, sir.
Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Now, yeah, I heard that somebody said that everybody knows about all these things. So emergency use authorization, everybody understands what are the preconditions when emergency use authorization is given. What does it mean? So just for those who doesn't understand, this is like obviously facilitating the availability use of not only vaccines, drugs or other things, including vaccines during public health emergencies. But then, this is one thing which has raised controversies. Why emergency use authorization was given for a vaccine, which never happened after. Vaccine usually takes long time to develop. After all the trials are over, it takes around 7 to 10 years to complete from the start of vaccine preparation to completion of phase 3 trial. But all these things have been split into 1 year, and emergency use authorization has been given. So this was this case. So this is, this is given, as I said, under medical emergencies and public health emergencies like the pandemic, and when there is no adequate approved or available alternatives. But to give it, to apply for emergency use authorization, all the manufacturing information which ensures quality and consistency must be available to the regulatory authority.
and benefits must outweigh the potential risk. But that is, true for any treatment. And interim phase 3 trial data need to be submitted. The final or interim, in this case, obviously, interim was submitted. And there is also, safety data. So not only phase 1 safety data, but a large number of phase 3 recruitees should come under safety evaluation at least up to 1 month after the final vaccine dose. So that has to be also 300 vaccines. Safety data for 300 vaccines that have to be monitored. So this is something additional regulatory requirement for. Okay, and at least up to 2 months follow up for safety. So for immunogenicity needs to be done in 50% of the population. Now we know that different vaccines have different dose schedules. So like 1 dose for Johnson & Johnson and 2 most of the vaccines, and then even 3 doses, very small number, 1%. So what is the rationale for dosing schedule? Now, dosing schedule has become another bone of contention, point of controversy, particularly what happened with the Covishield in India. Because we know that it started with 28 days window between the 2 doses, and then 2 months, 8 weeks, and then finally was extended to 12 weeks. So now there were a lot of issues. Most people thought that unavailability of vaccine is actually leading to this dose spacing, which will actually compromise the efficacy of the vaccine. So yes, obviously not having enough vaccine or not being able to produce so many doses in that short time period is one reason, but that actually prompted the scientists and authorities to think whether we can space, because the idea was to bring as many people into coverage as possible instead of ensuring that those who are getting the vaccines getting 2 doses first. So the rationale, you can see that these were taken from British technology. They say that second booster dose, basically most of them, as I said, there are spike protein-based vaccines. So protein antigen-based vaccine, spacing the booster dose, delaying it by 8 weeks, so from 4 weeks to 12 weeks, is unlikely to have a big negative effect, except the fact that in that window, 2 months window, after the first dose, 2 months additional window, the persons, the vaccinated individual will be more susceptible to infection. But then again, this pragmatism comes. We need to protect as many vulnerabilities as we say. And then, single dose strategy for 2 dose vaccine. There was a paper recently which says that single dose strategy of a 2 dose vaccine, for larger population, how it can be more effective to control pandemic. That was done by modeling. Modeling, they have shown that we are giving single dose to larger population eventually, because we have to see the vaccination policy from the perspective of the population. It's not individual based protection. We have to see the protection from public health perspective, and that would be more advantageous. In fact, this is the link I have given. I attended around 7 weeks back. There was a webinar at Rajya Sabha TV. I attended several of them. So now in this webinar, one of my co-family was Professor Ganguly. So in that insisted on giving. I mean, if we are limited by vaccine supply, as we were at that time and even now. So my suggestion was to give single dose to larger population rather than two dose to smaller population. Particularly, my idea is that with this level of penetration and there is high infection rate, so many people are actually getting natural infection, which would function as one dose. So the vaccine, a single dose vaccine, just be a booster or the infection, not another infection, booster dose. So give enough protection. That was my idea, and you have perhaps seen that in recent papers that have come up show which prove that single dose vaccination is highly effective. Now, question is vaccination. There is one WhatsApp video that is YouTube video circulated in WhatsApp recently. I also received it and I found that many people have received it, which is where, I would say unfortunately, Professor Sanjay Rai is a professor of public health and PSN, medicine, at All Institute of Medical Sciences, one of the panelists. And this video actually, is spreading the message. I mean, they're trying to convince or spread the message that this whole thing of issue of vaccination is basically, is a kind of ill plan, not an ill plan, an evil plan, and really to serve the interests of big businesses, pharma businesses, and it's not going to do any good to people. Well, I mean, we all know that how pharma companies function and how they exploit people. So this is nothing new, and there's no reason to believe that this vaccine they would not be doing that. So, but saying that, the question is, what we have seen that this new vaccine, and their point is they're raising some, I would say, sensitive or kind of points that will actually confuse people or make them more apprehensive or more suspicious, like why so many vaccines for one disease. This is one, I mean, we have not seen this thing. So many vaccines, all big companies jumping in vaccine preparation. So there must be some other motives, ideal motives, vested interest. And then they are and then they are saying all sorts of unscientific things which I think I need to discuss, like why allied agent is used as because aluminum hydroxide it is harmful, so why we are giving this. But we all know that it's one of the few adjuvants that are approved and for many decades it's nothing new with this vaccine. So the point is that the bottom line of their message of their the message they spread is that this vaccine is not required. The natural infection, because it is highly infectious virus, whatever infection, people are anyway getting infected and most are having mild infection, so it will eventually give more sustained protection than this vaccination, and they say that the vaccination drive act, which was intensified at the beginning of this epidemic, that actually has something to do with the second wave, like this. So the question is vaccine really needed for COVID-19? It's not that for all.
That's a gas.
Yeah,
that's a gas. And we have another 3 more course.
So I will go
try to come
first.
yeah.
I'll go first. So this is just this is why I put this slide. So how this helps science, and the vaccine is not experimental. They are gone through all clinical trials. It's not using people as guinea pigs. And the safety monitoring is unprecedented. And vaccine, some vaccines like for Pfizer vaccine, mRNA vaccines, even they were shown to different papers, shown to prevent infection. Other vaccines, like vaccine, even doesn't prevent infection, but certainly prevent severity of the disease and death and transmission. So all these things are actually prevented. So I'm not going into the detail of this. The question is this conspiracy theories. There are some data given. Even on this, there was a publication in PLOS. How many misinformation has been spread? What percentage? 91%, rumors, and 9% are conspiracy theories. And only 8%, overwhelming 82% were false. 5%. So, yes, vaccine versus natural infection, as I was telling, there are papers showing that after one dose of vaccine, after with natural infection, it is actually giving sustained protection, even better than 2 doses of vaccine in those who are not naturally infected. Just there are some comparison between vaccination versus natural infection benefits, because yes, I mean vaccination mimics natural infection. That all we know. The purpose is to know that, and that is the basis for live vaccine or even kill vaccine. So we just take off the lethal effect and expose the virus or the organism, so that those antigens, those proteins, and their skin and then body immune system response. In a kind, so the vaccination is basically mimicking natural infection. But it's not that. So that's why this type of concept is kind of is easily accepted in many quarters that vaccination would be inferior to natural infection, although be superior in terms of immune response and protection, but that's not true. So these are the things which I have put here, that why vaccination, which is a more controlled way based on the mechanism how virus acts. So that's why it might be more efficacious. So that's what I have shown here. And then the just last slide is what we can. So what to be done now? So my point is that controversies about whether to give vaccine or not, whether vaccine is being efficacious, which vaccine is being efficacious more or less, is, I guess, this should be put to rest. We know that most of the vaccines, although there are differences in efficacy, but most of the vaccines are highly efficacious, and more importantly, very, very safe. Most cases, side effects are really very few. So the question is a comprehensive post efficacy strategy in terms of how to produce so many doses, maintain the quality, and supply, not only production, supply, prevention, of vaccination points. It's very important how to vaccinate the population, and equitable distribution and logistic of vaccine delivery. While we address additional scientific questions.
Late, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for patient hearing, and we will discuss further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Das. We will request you to send an article for
the article. I
will write to you
because I am now
send you an
I'm taking official letter from another institute as a director, so I really have little time. You have to excuse me.
Okay. Thank you. you, Dr. Santosh Das. Actually, Professor Dr. Ghosh has posed a great problem before us, particularly a long COVID that is evident after second wave. At least we have got some hope from Dr. Santosh Das's speech that there are vaccines are working. Particularly, there is a confusion among us of mixed vaccination, and as per Dr. Das, immunogenicity of mixed vaccination is higher than the others, and role of regulatory authorities, of course, single dose vaccines, he has put forward so many important aspects. Thank you once again, Dr. Shah. Now, our third speaker in this session, our great Professor Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Jadavpur University. If I want to read his CV, it will take at least the time has been allotted to him to deliver his lecture. He has done so many posts, he has obtained so many awards, so many publications, etc., etc. I am not going into detail. Professor Ghosh is very known to almost all of us. May I now request Professor Sadhan Kumar Ghosh to me deliver this apostrophe. Professor Ghosh, please.
Yeah. The last presentation is taken out, right? Can you request the last speaker to please take out the presentation?
Dr. Santosh Das, please
Taken out. Let me see. I have
stop your presentation, please.
Yeah, at least it is not here, but I will.
Yeah, just check once, please.
Is it done?
Because it is not allowing me.
Can you check, please?
So,
It is done or not?
Santosh Das, please. Yes.
It is done? Okay.
Can you request the last speaker to please take out the presentation?
Okay, let me just, click and then we will.
Yeah, just check once, please. You must grant permission in order to screen share. It says that it has to give the permission to screen share. You must grant permission in order to screen share.
Yes, yes.
Is there anything?
Actually, Shivshankar, is there any? Actually, he has to stop the screen share first.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So,
Because I quit the whole thing, Google Meet, and then rejoin. Is it possible?
Okay, no. You just see.
No, I quit the whole meeting and then rejoin. So doesn't it automatically take away the screen share?
Better you see at the bottom of the screen, there is an option that is stop screen share in red. Stop screen share.
I don't see anything like this. But I'm not sharing, that's why there is no such meeting.
Alright.
Dr. Santosh, it's better to leave and then join, please.
I just did that.
It told me did it, but there is some problem, I believe. However,
shown anything like this. I don't know why. I can again go back and then stop sharing. I can do.
It's not allowing the presentation. And it's always telling that can't share your screen, you must grant permission in order to screen share. So what I request, the organizer, please try to make screen sharing and then stop. Then all other things will be vanished and then I can do it. From the secretariat, you please try any presentation.
You can remove him. Yes. Now it's okay.
But is it possible to present by you? Shiv Shankar, please.
Okay, Shankar.
Are you able to present your PPT? Just see that.
Please send the PPT. I am giving the email address. Okay. Now your presentation is.
Yeah, is the screen is shareable, sir?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible. Again it has been. No.
Now, sir,
Not visible. আশিস তুমি বন্ধ করো আশিস তুমি কি করছো আশিস স্টপ ইট
I already stopped, sir.
just I am giving a okay
All right. Let me give the example, right? Because I don't think that it is possible to make a presentation out here. All right.
Can I give you the email address?
All right. Example. Or should I send it?
Please make your presentation example. That will help everybody.
Okay.
Okay, sir. You send your PPT to Shiv Shankar. Yeah.
Give the email ID.
It's taking a lot of time.
No, sir.
Better to go example.
Sir, it is coming. You don't need to send. Okay, it's showing.
Okay, sir. Your presentation is coming.
It's all right. I'll send it later.
Yes, sir. Now your presentation is coming. It is coming? No. We request every members to allow some minutes. Technical items.
Can you send the email ID through your WhatsApp?
WhatsApp. Okay. Just I have.
Why you people are not opting for the example presentation?
Tapos the please. I have already.
person like
Tapos the please. I have already sent it to the chat box.
Okay.
You see the chat box?
Let me see that. Okay. Chat box. Sheep's Jana. Right. I'm sending it now. Okay.
Sir, I have already sent you by WhatsApp.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm just sending it.
Okay, sir. Please bear with us some few minutes.
Yeah, sent it.
Shiv Shankar, take care of it. Okay. Not yet received. received. Shankar, you received? No, not yet received. Right. It will take time because. Yes. Got it. Yes.
You got it, right?
Okay. This is the meeting.
It's all right. You start presenting and I'm starting it now. Thank you very much.
No. Sir, actually, this PPT is in your Google Drive.
হ্যাঁ
Is it?
বল
Yeah. You go to the drive and make
হ্যাঁ
it.
রে ভালো আছি
No, so
বলছি
I request the access
বলছি আমি
right.
কোনো দরকারে
to
ফোন
you.
করেছি আমি
I have given
একটু
it.
অলরেডি একটা মিটিং এ রয়েছি বুঝেছিস শুনতে পাচ্ছিস
All right. I'm reducing.
বলছি আমি তোকে একটু পরে ফোন করছি কি কি ব্যাপারে বল কি কি হয়েছে হ্যালো আচ্ছা দাঁড়া দিচ্ছি
Yeah. Now I send the smaller one. PDF. Did you receive it? It will come. It's in PDF, so you can do that. There is. Now I send the smaller one.
That I am requesting.
Yeah. Did you receive it? It's in PDF.
No, sir.
All right. I'm sending it again.
So, Professor Ghosh, actually your skin is already visible at screen. No, you can
But
tell
I
it
can see.
itself.
But I can see. That's the main problem.
Okay, sir.
Better you give presentation without PowerPoint. Yes. And let them try to ready the PowerPoint.
I have been telling this for the last 10-15 minutes that you are wasting time.
Sir, you please start, let them try.
Who is that? For last 10 minutes he is saying? And you know, the decision should be taken by anyone, right? So you must open the chair.
Okay, sir, try, please, sir. Have received. Chairman?
Yeah, you receive it. Okay.
Chairman,
Thank you
sir.
very much. And I once again thank Dr. Ashit Kumar Das and the Institute of Social Reform and Research for inviting me to this very important topic of interest and the webinar. So you know that COVID-19, as we experienced from March 2020, we had a severe impact in all the areas of human life. And as a matter of fact, it is not only for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, now it has become a new normal situation that we become used to. But the very important thing which all of us must remember, that we must take an oath to identify and destroy the source that is responsible for this pandemic
disaster for the whole world, we have to really identify who is that. And on the other hand, we must pay tribute to the people who are really trying to escape all of us from this disaster and pay tribute to those who has lost their life in this very tragic global tragedy. And with this quote I start my presentation, and I'll not take more than 10 minutes. Now is it visible? Yeah, it's visible, so you can make it bigger. Go to the second page. Go to the second page. Go to the second page, please. Yeah. So in that way, we know that after the generation of this COVID situation, it was declared as pandemic. And this pandemic, this is the second pandemic possibly, this is the first pandemic possibly in 21st century in the world. And as a matter of fact, people were not ready. The preparedness among the countries was very, very low. And as a matter of fact, with the dotted line, blue dotted line, you can see that some countries were ready to handle this pandemic. But most of the countries in the world were not ready. And as a matter of fact, and as a result, there was a slash in the performance in economic situations over the world. So go to the next slide, please. And we know that in 2015 we have devised a sustainable development goal for the improvement, rather from a whole perspective of totality. We have devised 17 sustainable development goals. But out of this sustainable development goal, we try to come out from the poverty, come out from the hunger, but this COVID situation has given a bar to the initiatives of these 17 goals. I mean, there are loss of income of the people, vulnerable segment of the society and families, fall below the poverty line, food were scarcely available, food distribution was disrupted, health and well-being of the people were really lost in the society. Even if we tried, but it was not possible because the healthcare facility were at stake. The number of people in the hospitals died who were serving, education, everything. Growth, economic growth, energy generation, clean water and sanitation, and even the gender equality was disrupted by this COVID-19 pandemic. Next. So we will see that there are cross connection between all the entities which are related to the economic development and the development of the industries throughout the world. And as a matter of fact, that also relate to the mental health and the nutrition and the human capital. So this is a schematic diagram which shows that there is a interrelation between one another, and as a matter of fact, and as a result, all these evolved due to the crisis of economy and also the impact on the health aspect, impact on the health sector throughout the world. Next. If we look into the country, in India, we have seen that there are few lakhs of people who were affected. And if we consider the whole world, we will find that 166 countries had shut schools nationwide, and which impacted 150 billion, 1.52 billion of children and youth who would normally attend pre-primary to upper secondary classes. Because you know that affecting the school children is impacting the whole society in the future. And 60 million teachers are no longer in the classroom. So these are very dangerous situations which deals with the economy of the country in future. Next. And if we talk about India, we have seen that the dropout from the schools. I mean, there are many reasons why there were dropout from the schools, and you know that the Swachh Bharat mission that has taken a big role in enhancing the sanitation in 4,242 cities in the country, which helps in enhancing, in reducing to a greater extent about the dropout of the children from the school. But that has happened for quite a few years. But why only in 1 year, in the whole 2012 and a part of 21, the dropout from the school, whether it is primary school, secondary school, the total as counted in 2020, it is around the maximum and 017721. That means nearly 70, more than 70 lakh of students are the dropout from the schools. And these are all impact on the society, these are all impact on the economy. And the total economic impact only in India is $136 billion, which counts in mainly the South Asian countries, Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, is around 161 billion tons. But you see the major portion is in India. Next. And this is a data for top 15 affected economy in Europe, America and Asia, and you will find in India 348 million US dollar is affecting the trade and commerce. And it is not only affecting the factories, it is shutting down the door of trading, which has impacted the ability of commodity exchanges, mercantile exchange, shopping centers, small market, and so on and so forth. Next. We have seen from the very beginning that after the fallout, after the situation of pandemic, the Nifty in India immediately declined by 35% in early 2020, in April, May, June, and which affected and impacted mostly the SMEs in India. Most of the SMEs were shut down for quite a long time, and as a matter of fact, there was job loss of the people. The skilled laborer even were losing their job because of there were no orders, no payment from different parts of the country. The big industries were at a loss, and that's why the SMEs affected most. On the other hand, as due to the social distancing and the masking and other related effect, the most impacted big industries are aviation, then transportation, and also number of small and medium-sized industries, including among the big industries, the hotel, hospitality, hotel industries. These are the three mostly affected industries in India, and not only in India, in most of the countries due to this pandemic situation. Next. On the other hand, due to the lesser demand of oil in the oil market, the price of oil has decreased to a measurable extent. For lockdown, there was no demand for the oil, and due to this, there are a number of manufacturing industries. On a positive side, the production cost of them, the fuel cost of other hand, even if the cost of production is less, where is the order? Where those manufactured items will be delivered? So this is a major issue, and whenever this manufacturing, this is a very complicated situation. The fuel cost is low, the production cost is low, but the manufacturing industry could not produce items and commodities because there is no demand in the market. And simultaneously, if we look into some of the industries, like say pharmaceutical industries, who produce very specific items, like say paracetamol, there was a boost up in the sale of paracetamol, new business of masks, new business of hand sanitizer, and PPEs by the plastic manufacturing industries. They boosted up to a greater extent. Of course, on the other hand, the health situation, other than pandemic affection, was very low. And as a matter of fact, hospitals, nursing homes, who were handling COVID situation was all right. But on the other hand, on the other hand, the particular manufacturer of paracetamol and others go up. The second major growth in the industry is the insurance during this COVID-19. People were now very much interested to get their life insured by some industry, some insurance company. So these are the very small sector of industries who got some business due to this COVID situation. But on the other hand, there are economic fallout in all other industries throughout the world. And one more business generation is that manufacture and sale of PPE. That is a huge growth. And due to this huge growth in the PPE industry, you know that again there is a problem in the solid waste management, that huge plastic out of those PPE disposal is creating a problem in the society and also the waste management. Next. And everywhere, wherever you are going, jobs at risk or closure. I have shown you some of the photographs of the office, a factory, or railways and restaurants. Everywhere you will find a notice of closure, and the people have to work from home. There are certain places where, or certain sector where working from home is not at all an issue. But in most of the places, working from home impact the economy as well as the quality of the work. Like the big example of this work from home is for the education sector. The quality of teaching and the learning in the education sector has impacted maximum out of this COVID situation. Next. So I don't want to show this because this I've shown the working hour loss in 2021 and 20 is a huge quantity of loss. Next. And if we talk about the working hour loss by region, you will find that there are unemployment, inactivity, and reduced work hours. So if we see this, then we will find that the loss in working hour in Asia, which is reduced growth by 4.1% and in total 7.9%. But in the lower middle income group and specifically in Europe, it has the maximum value. On the other hand, if we talk about the women and men in precarious job in the EU, you will find that 84% of the people, mainly the ladies and the good women, they were involved in childcare, retail, and hospitality and tourism. They were the most affected out of COVID situation. On the other hand, they had a lot of loss in the job because many of the nursing homes who were not dealing with COVID were just shut down because the number of cases of ailment Next. And this is some of the graph I have shown that considering 2019 as 100, we have seen in all the quarters of 2020 and the first quarter of 2021, each of the sector, like whether it is transport, human health, education, construction, wholesale retail market, manufacturing, and real estate, they are all coming down. On the other hand, a part of 2000 third quarter, there was a little fine trend in this situation, but beginning due to this third phase of COVID and the whole other mutations, the scientists who are relating to these activities can tell more. Due to this, beginning there is a sink in the business and the economic activity, and as a matter of fact, which is affecting the society, specifically the poor people in the society and also the unorganized workers. Next. The same thing. Next. Yeah, this is also the graph from OECD, whether it is US, France, Germany, Japan. I mean, throughout the world, the same situation line. Next. Next. India, you know, that significantly impact the informal workers by sector-wise. I have shown all the sectors, like whether it is education, arts and lit. Of course, this color codes, the mostly affected areas are real estate, business and admin, accommodation and food, wholesale and retail trade, manufacturing. The condition of the hotels have become such that even if you need to go to some other place, you are now scared, people are now scared to go inside the hotel. What is the condition of the hotel? Nobody knows. Excepting the five-star hotels, they're in a position to maintain some cleanliness and other things, but most of the hotels, they are very much affected by this COVID situation. And of course, agriculture, that is affected, but not like the manufacturing and wholesale retail industries. Next. So I have given the statistics. 70% of the, I mean, this is unemployment. Huge number of people were unemployed during this situation. And even in India, you will find that lakhs of people who were the daily workers, specifically in our state, who went for work in other states, they came back home. Now, what is the situation of their economy? They are not having a job in their local market, and as a matter, and on the other hand, they are not in a position to go to other state for getting a job because now the job is not assured, and as a matter of fact, these families are really in trouble. And of course, next, there are situations. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Yeah, these are some of the areas where you will find that the impact of coronavirus in some of the sectors are the highest, like automobile industry, in the pharma sector, apart from some of the manufactured items, solar power sector, aviation, tourism, shrimp industries. Food industry is also at a loss, but sometimes they were in a position to revive because people cannot live without food. But on the other hand, the cost of manufacturing and also distribution of food has become very high. Next. And you know that due to this COVID, the number of actually acutely hungry people has come up with respect to the last year's situation, I mean 2019 situation. And I have shown some of the figures from published data that the 92% of the employed women in sub-Saharan African countries countries, and the employment is 86% in the main sector. So in that way, the share of employment in informal employment is 58% in women and 63% in men. But whenever the situation comes under COVID, the whole situation, whole statistics is disrupted. I mean, the present situation, it is, I mean, and nobody knows that what is the situation because due to this COVID. Only one thing, the data mining and the data reliability regarding COVID situation is very good. It has enhanced a lot. On the other hand, the data situation of other areas are very much affected due to this COVID situation. Next. I reiterate again that 50% of the students still affected by the school closure, and that is the most affected area of concern for the future generation and also for the economic generation. Next. Next. Yeah. And what we have to do is, there were a number of doctors and specialists who talked about vaccination and COVID situation, but the thing is that at least next 3 years, we have to depend on, apart from all the medicines and others, mask, hand sanitizer, and distancing. Because you know that very recently we heard that in US, the use of masks were lifted. But again, people started taking the mask because of, again, the Delta virus and other things has come into play. So we don't know when it will be over. There were a lot of data crisis. There were a lot of information which is propped up, which is given by some of the people. Number of, misinformation, full of misinformation in WhatsApp, email, and other things. So we should be very alert and careful. And the government of India, ICMR and others, they should be very careful about dissemination and control of the information on COVID situation and how we can go out of this danger. Next. There are a lot of schemes which the government of India has started for giving support to the affected people. But on the other hand, we the citizens are very much alert, should be alert to come out of the situation and sustain the situation and to come to the normal life from the new normal phases. With this, I thank all of you for your patient hearing and for the time which has been given to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gore. Very nice delivery. Actually, before Professor Gore, our two main experts have pointed out the problem of COVID, vaccination, etc. But all such problems culminates to another problem, that is socio-economic problem, that has been very nicely, statistically, within a very short span of time, Professor Gore said, forward, which disrupted the sustainable goals of our country, particularly of the student community. He has also mentioned what we have to do in the days to come, that is mask, social distancing, sanitizing, etc. Thank you, Professor Ghosh. One second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Permission of the chair, I would request Professor Ghosh to send an article on this lecture so that we can publish it in our next lecture.
Very helpful. Statistical data is there. What is our next course of action within this pandemic? And he has expected that another 3 years it may continue. So naturally, we will have to leave. So we will have to do some way out. From your lectures, we will be getting some way out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, while inaugurating this session, I have already said, just half an hour before the commencement of this session, I arrived from Delhi to Chennai. I do not find time to refresh myself. May I now request Dr. Tapas Chatterjee, our great Tapasda, to take chair rest of the session. Although Tapasda himself is a speaker, that will not be a problem. Tapasda, please, we chair next of
We
the
request Tapasda to chair the rest of the time. Tapasda is the senior member of our group.
ঠিক আছে আরে এটা তো আমার কাছে একটা সম্মানের
No, I hear you after getting
there is hardly anything left in this session except for question and answer.
So, request Tapasda the chair on chair. Professor Chandrasekhar Chakraborty, the former Vice Chancellor of West Bengal University of Animal Husbandry and Fishery Sciences, is from the beginning. We request on behalf of myself to express his views about this seminar within 5 minutes.
Chair, may I get the permission to leave?
Yes, yes.
Please, thank you.
Another program is there.
Yeah. Right.
চন্দ্রশেখর আমার বন্ধু কোথায় ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী
I am here. Actually, I am hearing, but actually the problem is that so many lectures in one session, it is making some kind of cross connection. One type of communication gap due to online type of thing. Another type of thing is that one person is saying one thing, another person is saying another thing. So problems are coming in this way. So I am interested to hear from Dr. Tapas Chatterjee. So after hearing from Dr. Chatterjee, I may say one or two lines after that, if you permit.
এটা কিরকম হলো এটা কিরকম
Because you are a speaker, so if I want to say some,
actually, I think there are very rightly mentioned. Actually, schedule to injustice to the speaker also.
it's not like that. You should not be like that.
I think let us follow the schedule that has been circulated. So now this is Dr. Ramani Barman. I'm very sorry to know that he is now hospitalized. He is also my good friend. Is there anyone?
Yes, sir. On behalf of that Indian Institute of Research and Development for Differently Able Assam, Mu Amoeba Oasis is the representative of that organization. Mu, are you present? Yes, yes.
Please make a presentation within 5 minutes, please.
Yes, yes.
Respected gathering from different corners of the world, respected professors, experts and scholars present online in today's webinar, COVID-19 third web threat prevention and care, which is the most relevant topic given today's scenario in order to save humanity and society. I am speaking on behalf of Dr. Ramani Barman, Managing Director, Indian Institute of Research and Development for Differently Able, Assam, an institution affiliated to Guwahati University and is registered under Persons of Disabilities Act 1995. The institution has also been recognized under Government of India under Section 2AA of Income Tax Act. Presently, the institution is working with various projects related to persons with disability. It is running HS visually impaired course for visually impaired, for deaf and mute, for locomotor. It is also running different degree courses, organizing national level seminars, webinars, publication of annual English journal with ISSN number, which we have recently applied for UGC care list, and one Assamese, which is our regional language here, Assamese journal. We IIDA, Indian Institute of Research and Development for Different Abled, were actually very honored and pleased to collaborate with the esteemed institution, Indian Institute of Social Reform and Research, in organizing such meaningful webinar, which is the need of the hour. We do hope, with the help of you all, your knowledge, your expertise, we'll be able to find out many ways to tackle this issue in a scientific way and walk forward to the COVID-free environment and well-being. Namaskar. With regards, I'm Nilamiba Versus, a representative from IIRDA. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for your kind collaboration with our institute, and we look forward to more meaningful collaborations in future, so that the good work that are being done by you can be reciprocated by our you. May I now invite the other collaborator, Dr.
Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, okay.
I'm the principal of Shivwadi Shochibandan College of Education, which is the only government-aided teachers training college in Noida. So, being in Noida and this college is celebrating 50 years of its existence. And our president, sir, have said, how do you plan to celebrate this 50th? So we have a lot of plans, but due to this insurgency and pandemic, we are all aware. So that is why we are not sure. We are eager to vote for it, but the parents and the teachers be present, because you cannot have any celebration without the children, at least the students. Without them, I do not even have to go about it and waiting for it. You have to care for the light and issues of the day, because this is an emergency, and this pandemic can take my life away, it can take others' life away. So how can we keep ourselves or ask anyone to be at stake? That is one point of it. But I am so grateful to the director, Professor Ashwin Dash, for collaborating with the college in the sense we wanted to hear more about this COVID-19 situation and the pandemic situation. Some are very important, some are very misleading information that some of the that informatic pandemic. Yes, we are also the victim of the informatic pandemic. But so long we live, we have to work, and so long we live, we have to learn. With that, I must thank all the members of IIRDA who have helped us to collaborate with your institution, and I will request the class to give us a copy of the findings that we have discussed, and we have really come to know a lot of fields and where we were having those doors that has opened up its window. I once again thank all the members for allowing us to collaborate. It's really, really important.
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti, for your kind words. So, Dr. Dash, what to do now? Okay, so kindly, I request each of you to kindly mute because the sound is becoming disturbed. Dr. Amarnath Chakravarti and Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakravarti, yes, now so you see, we started at 5, maybe we are 5 minutes late, and now it is 8:35, so we have been through this webinar for more than 3 hours and 30 minutes. And
and that is really very pivotal that so many of our guest participants, they are enduring their own great interest in this topic, and they are present also. So I should not do injustice to any of you, and I will finish my part within 10 minutes allotted to me, but I will not take more than 5 minutes. You see, we had listened to 6 presentations. That's something unheard of in webinar, because most webinars are limited to 1 or 2 presentations. That is all webinar is about, because otherwise it looks like a symposium. If you have very large number of speakers, that's not a webinar, that's a symposium. But the subject is so much important that we had to include speakers from various domain knowledge and to look at the problem from various perspectives. So initially there was a keynote presentation by one of the most noted medical specialists in our state, by Dr. Ashok Samanto. And it was followed by the second presentation was from Australia, Dr. Greg Adamson. He actually didn't deal with any science about of COVID, but he was looking at the problem from a data management end. He was speaking about artificial intelligence and big data and the use of various ICT tools for better health care. And he was trying to impress upon us that if the data of the patient can be shared with the doctor, with the public health institutions, then the line of treatment and the recovery of the patient can become easy. I think this is maybe very much manageable in a developed country like Australia, but to a country of 140 crore people like India, how far it is possible? That is a big question. The second speaker was a doctor. He was Dr. Shumankar Chatterjee of the institute in which Dr. Samanto is the medical director. The third speaker was I think he was the third speaker was Dr. Shumankar Chatterjee. The fourth speaker, he made a very brilliant presentation. He was Dr. Deepankar Ghosh of JNU, the Special Center for Molecular Medicine. I think, in my opinion, his presentation focused on the science of it. He actually narrated all the updated and frontline information about immunological aspects of the COVID virus, the treatment protocols, the long COVID, which is something very new, and many of us do not know, had little idea about what long COVID is. So he has dissected the virus from a scientific perspective and has given us a very, very updated knowledge and frontline research output about this disease. The next and the fifth speaker was Dr. Shobhut Das from one ICMR institute in Kolkata. He spoke about the vaccine hesitancy, the vaccine policies. I think the controversies he didn't touch upon. He spoke about the efficacy, immunogenicity, and the other aspects about vaccine development. Our last speaker was Professor Shodhan Kumar Ghosh of Yadavpur University. He spoke about the non-pharmaceutical aspects of the disease, like the role of the state and how the society has been impacted by not only loss of life, but loss of livelihood as well. So these are the presentations, and I am pretty sure that these 6 presentations have captured the disease in its entry. Now, I would like to only say, in order to summarize the outcome of this webinar, that there is not only darkness, but I personally see light at the end of the tunnel. Why?
because I feel that after about 1.5 years, or even more, maybe about 2 years, throughout the world, there is such a concerted effort by the scientific community and the doctors that now we are able to fully understand this treacherous virus. This deadly virus, which has caused such a huge devastation of life, of livelihood, of everything which can be imagined by us. But we have now been possible to understand thoroughly the nature of the virus. And as an outcome of this understanding, there are now two major aspects which one can be very convinced about. These are the two. What are these two aspects? One is that the nature of SARS-CoV-2 or the COVID-19 virus, its genomic sequencing, its continuous mutations, its mutated strains, how they infect, how they become more and more contiguous, the ferocity with which the infection takes place, all these scientific aspects are not fully understood. And as a result of that, the mitigation of the problem has also been possible. Now, the scientists have done a miraculous job that the development of vaccine, which everybody says cannot happen because this for 8 to 10 years, has been possible in less than a year, in some cases about only 6 months. Why it is possible? Because the nature of the virus could be understood fully. And only after the nature of the virus, its mutation, the genomic sequencing could be explored fully, the discovery of the virus was discovery of the vaccine was possible. And from pilot project in the laboratory, the result was taken to the factory. So from laboratory to factory, the mass production of vaccine of about 15 vaccine candidates are now throughout the world. And in our own country, in India, there are now 7 vaccine candidates. With the addition of the Johnson & Johnson, we have now 7 candidates, vaccine candidates that are available for application to the mass. So this is one part. The third part is the relationship between the state and the society. This is about the COVID protocol, which is a part of the National Disaster Management Act. The COVID protocol says that this virus can be controlled. It can be, one can remain free of this virus only when certain protocols are followed. One is that use of the mask, not only one single mask, but double mask. In some cases like COVID-2, which was so ferocious that use of double mask was recommended. Even if we ignore the part of hand washing to some extent, then the second most important part of the COVID protocol is physical distancing. So these two parts, use of the mask and maintaining the physical distance among the people, stop spread of the virus significantly. So one is that the mitigation aspect by personal behavior, by social behavior, and secondly, the use of the virus. So these two taken together, the mankind is now able to confront the virus with full confidence. And I am sure that the day is not far away when the humanity will be completely free of the virus. Because we are now before the virus, we are not after the virus. We have understood its treacherous character, and we have been able to find the medicine or the protection against it. Now the problem is that the humankind, the human civilization has developed in such a way that maintenance of social distance or physical distance is almost next to impossible. You will not find a single country in the world where this physical distancing is possible. Even in the Tokyo Olympics, you will see there was no crowd in the galleries, but there are more than 1,000 staff, essential staff present around the players in the stadium. What is now happening at Nottingham, in the cricket between India and England? Thousands and thousands of people are sitting together
with their shoulder to shoulder. So, not only in a backward country like India, but world over, the maintenance of social is a very big problem. Once we are able to get ourselves acclimatized with this, our habits are tuned towards this personal behavior, we will be able to get over the virus, and the virus will remain behind. So I think these are the essential takeaways from this webinar. And if you take the articles from these distinguished speakers, and these are published in the next volume of our journal, then the information can be disseminated to a very large group of persons. So these are the few words I would like to now invite Dr. Chandrasekhar Chakraborty to take his comments. Dr. Chakraborty, let's unmute, sir.
Yes. Am I audible now? Yes. Dr. Chatterjee has mentioned every point in such a brilliant way, so I hope it is now everybody can understand what was mentioned or stated or delivered by different persons in this long seminar, webinar, whatever you may call. Anyway, I was invited by Dr. Ashit Kumar Das to attend this, so I tried to remain in this seminar because I had to attend 2 more webinars today. I cancelled all of them, so I was hearing all these things because it's a very important field for every person, especially for me also. So, what appeared from all these lectures has been already mentioned by Dr. Chatterjee, but for commoners, again I am mentioning point-wise, you are aware of this virus now, coronavirus. Corona is not a new virus. Any other animals were affected by corona. Human was also affected by corona, but this virus has certain new characteristics, so it is known as novel corona. Everybody knows this. It's called COVID, and since it appeared in 2019 first, so it is called COVID-19. It is also known to everybody. So this corona has this virus, every virus has a very simple structure. Which has either a DNA or a RNA or genetic material and covered by a protein code, or some of them are with glycoprotein, and this is with the glycoprotein spikes and it appears as crown, so it's called coronavirus. Now, come to the points. Already it has been mentioned clearly that this virus appeared in China first, then it goes to many other countries, and at this moment, at more than 200 countries are affected. Lots of people are affected, and crores of people are affected. Lots have died. So it has been declared as a pandemic. Now, what to do has been mentioned. No medicine, proper medicine is available. Since it is an RNA virus, characteristic of any RNA virus is that it undergoes mutation very rapidly. So, whenever we are trying to do something, they are showing they themselves are going to change their nucleotide pattern and a new strain is coming. In this way, the Delta 1, Delta 2 and other things have come. Many more may come, but what is very important thing is that the specific medicines are not available. Okay? So, vaccines. It has already been mentioned, even Dr. Chatterjee has also been mentioned that usually a vaccine comes in the market after at least 5 to 6 or even 10 years. But the number of companies, they have started vaccine production. Nothing wrong. Competition may be there, and they are trying their best. They
experiment in different ways, in different forms of the vaccines are there, including RNA vaccines. So people in different countries, they are taking vaccines as far as possible, and according to conditions of the country and the leadership, that is the country's rulers, they take a decision what type of vaccine and in which way they will be introduced. In this way, in this country, the process is going on, but very slowly. But we need faster. Why? Because the wave is mentioned. I am not giving much more importance on this, because if the third wave comes, will it be stopped there? Nobody knows. So don't be afraid of this thing. Don't be afraid of anything, but be alert. This is the most important thing, that for the general people, it is a viral disease. Whenever disease will come, some symptoms will come, you will test your symptom. Nowadays, everybody knows what are the things to be done. Go to a doctor, take his or her suggestions, make tests, and be confirmed whether you are COVID positive or not. If positive, if not serious, stay at home, take care, and try to keep yourselves apart from others as far as possible. But in this country, where in 1 to 10 members are present, it is theoretically possible that to maintain physical distancing, but practically not. So at least we shall have to keep distance as far as possible and take appropriate measures so that it should not be contaminated. We must remember, COVID will not come in our home if we are not inviting them. If we are interested to bring them in our home, they will come. How? If we keep our nose and mouth open, that are the areas through which the COVID can come, because this is a virus which spreads with droplets, and droplets can move with air and dust particles in this way. With our inhalation, it may enter in our body. Everybody knows this thing. Anyway, most important thing for today's lecture is the long COVID. That is the return of COVID after recovery. Some symptoms are there, and this is area the doctors will take care. But again, I am telling you, don't be afraid of this thing. You must maintain your confidence. If your confidence is not there, then you will be a patient. If I lost my confidence, then I will be a patient. Our immune status also differs with our confidence level. So, our immune system is very strong, everybody knows. Any foreign particle if enters, the immune system will try to counter that. If fails, then the other symptoms will come and we will treat accordingly. But another point from today's lecture is the economy. Yes, economy, it is a worldwide economy has become very devastating condition. In Indian system, we are very poor country, but one very important area, area is here. That is, our economy at this moment is completely dependent upon the agricultural product, because the farmers are much less affected, and they are remaining, or rather naturally they are maintaining a kind of distance. So food grain production is sufficient, and therefore we are not in a position to understand what is happening in the other field. Other very important field what has been suffering is the education that has been mentioned. But when the education, that is the teacher-student direct communication, has been stopped, in the meantime a business group has come up with education business system with their internet and other designs. So three things has come up: education through corporate sector, education through smartphone, education through internet services has come up. But the students, our future generations, has become very in a bad shape. And if this that don't be afraid, take care, 2 years or 3 years, no problem, but you will have to wear mask, that is very important. Maintain distances, not social, it should be physical. You must not hate a patient, you hate the disease, but disease. This is very important. Nobody has mentioned this thing. A good number of doctors and other people who are trying to give their services to treat the patients, they are discriminated by the society. At least some of the cases are like that. So this should not be there. You must not hate a doctor, must not hate a patient, but you hate the disease, and it is the only way to keep away from the disease is self-education, maintaining COVID protocol, and that is wearing mask, taking sanitization, etc., and other the systems that will keep our body strong. But another very important thing, today we have got information about the cytokine storm, but it's not the thing. One doctor, Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, he is a very eminent doctor now associated with the IIM Delhi, and he has mentioned in many lectures that the cytokine, you stop this thing. So don't eat so many things which can boost your immunity, so that this cytokine storm may affect you from recovery. So these are the points. Please keep your mind fresh. Don't be afraid of the disease. Take proper care and sanitization, and that will help general people to maintain their livelihood in future. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In a wonderful presentation in a very short span of time, very concise, very precise, very cogent, and very enable. So I think the lesson goes to everybody that we have to be vigilant as far as possible, and we need to make it be prevented. Dr. Dash, we should invite the Dr. Lecturer to produce the voted text.
Which? Yes. Honora lecture.
Honora people.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. A very good evening, everyone. It's a matter of pride for me to propose a vote of thanks, and I, on behalf of the organizing committee of this international webinar, would like to thank Professor Soma Bandyopadhyay, Honorable Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Teachers Training, Education, Planning and Administration, for the inaugural address. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Greg Adamson, Associate Professor, University of Melbourne, Australia, for his interesting talk on what the COVID-19 crisis means for the management of health records. And I must thank Professor Sudhakar C. Agarkar, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, for sharing the first technical session. I must mention our deep sense of gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Ashok Samanta, Medical Director, Calcutta Heart Clinic and Hospital, Kolkata, for delivering the keynote address. Further, we are grateful to Dr. Subhankar Chatterjee, in charge CCU, COVID Nodal Officer, Calcutta Heart Clinic and Hospital, Kolkata, for sharing a talk on the experience of different waves of COVID as a doctor. I also extend my thanks to Mr. Devasis Pal, Joint Finance Officer, Jadavpur University, for giving a brief note about the registered participants. And I also like to thank Dr. Shivshankar Jana, Associate Professor, University of Kalyani, for the introduction note. I want to express our sincere thanks to Professor Shorosi Mohandan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dakshina Bharat Hindi Prachar Sabha, and who is also the former Vice Chancellor of Burdwan University, West Bengal, for chairing the second session. And I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Dipankar Ghosh, Assistant Professor, Special Center for Molecular Medicine, Jawaharlal Nehru University, for enlightening us on COVID immunology and long COVID. I would like to thank Dr. Santa Sabhuj Das, scientist in National Institute of Cholera and Enteric Diseases, Baliaghata, Kolkata, giving excellent coverage to COVID vaccination policy and controversies. We are grateful to Professor Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, Mechanical Engineering Department, Jadavpur University, for delivering such an interesting and informative talk on the impact of COVID-19 on socio-economic aspects. And I would like to thank our collaborators, Dr. Ramani Burman, Director of Indian Institute of Research and Development for Differently Abled, Assam, and Dr. Ahana Chakravarti, Principal, Simaruli Sachinandan College of Education, Nadia. And I would also like to thank Professor Tapas Kumar Chatterjee, former Registrar, North Bengal University, Darjeeling, for the synoptic speech. And I would like to express our gratitude to Professor Dilip Mohanta, former Vice Chancellor, University of Kalyani, Professor Alok Banerjee, former Vice Chancellor, University of Kalyani, Professor Chandrasekhar Chakravarti, former Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal Husbandry and Fisheries Science, and Dr. Armendra Pani Association of Indian Universities, for your gracious presence. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling a month ago, and it requires planning and a bird's eye detail. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated members of the Indian Institute of Social Reform, Patrons Organizing Committee, and the Technical Committee. So I extend thanks to you all for the guidance, suggestions, and excellent technical support. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to the Director, Indian Institute of Social Reform, Professor Asit Kumar Das, for coming up with the idea of organizing this seminar and making it a success. Finally, I want to state that we are most grateful to all the speakers and chairpersons. We are equally thankful to all the participants for your presence and for making this webinar a success. We thank you for being with us this evening, and it's been a great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you all.
So this is concluded. The webinar is concluded with a huge success.
Thanks to everybody.
Asita unmute, mute আছে, Asita unmute করুন, Asita.
Chair, 1 minute, one announcement. It was promised by us that we will give a certificate to participants, those who will fill up the feedback form. We have already uploaded feedback form and it has been opened up because some of the friends participants, they have filled up the feedback form before the webinar. So now it is open. You can give your feedback. Those who will send the feedback, certificate will be given to them. We have received so many comments in chat box. Our behind the screen, the Ashish Samanto, Overseas Mondol, Nivedita Talukdar, they have given the trouble, taken the trouble and given its full effort in technical aspects, and the key person is our Shiv Shankar. As he is the state organizing secretary, on behalf of our organization, we asked everybody, if you send your article on these topics or other topics, if it's from internal journal, we will publish. Thank you. Over to Chair.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. Hello, sir. I am
যদি আমাদের যারা টেকনিক্যাল টিম আছেন তারা যদি অনেক কোশ্চেন এসছে, অনেকগুলো ভালো ভালো কোশ্চেন এসছে, কিন্তু আজকে সময়ের অভাবে সেইগুলোকে অ্যাড্রেস করা সম্ভব হলো না। যদি এই কোশ্চেনগুলোকে একটা রেকর্ড রাখা যায়, আমরা আর একটা ছোট ওয়েবিনারের কথা ভাবতে পারি। কারণ কতগুলো কোশ্চেন এসছে রিয়েলি খুব মানে টেক্স দি বুল বাই ইটস হর্ন বলে না,
it has been discussed with Shiv Shankar, our technical team and the reporter, that another two reporter is there, Ishita and Shatabdi. They have taken the record. Against each of the speakers, we will send that questions to the speakers. I have already talked to them. Their answer will be uploaded in our website in the next webinar link, and shared, so that and the proposal of Kapoor just now, it is also a good proposal we can think about.
Right. Okay. So the seminar is over.
It's a permission of the chair.
Okay. Okay.
Good night to everybody.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Okay.
স্যার আপনাকে ধন্যবাদ।
সবাই এরকম ভাবে আমাদের পাশে থাকবেন।
স্যারকে পরে চন্দ্রবাবুকে পরে আমরা একটু কাজে লাগাবো।
অসিতা মহুয়া পাল কিছু বলছিল। মহুয়া পাল।
Sir, I am Mohammed. Sir, a few days back, I was infected by COVID-19, and in my neighbor, they are not taking this as a, they are taking as a stigma or taboo. And when we went to the shop or other areas, they are just make me far away from them. All they are also educated person also. So I want to say that to make a campaigning program to aware of this, that it is not a taboo or stigma. That's why I want to make I will request you to make a program on that issue. Because more or less everybody will survive.
Absolutely, very nice.
As described about the long COVID and the stigma of this thing. Okay, thank you for the proposal. Okay. Thank you so much. Kubuto, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. And all the participants go now. Right. Six others I cannot see. Pavitra, thanks. You are our old friends. You have joined in our previous programs also. Pavitra, can you hear me? Pavitra, perhaps. Thanks. Okay. Indrani, perhaps you are Indrani. Open your video. Have you got that link? Perhaps. So, thank you everybody. We are going to stop the presentation. Shivshankar Ashish. Indrani, have you got? Okay. Ashish.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Thank you for your time, for taking all the travels.
Thank you, Ashish.
Yes.
Thank you very much.